Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm still not sure if I should even be writing this down, but I need to tell someone. I can't get this out of my head, and my husband thinks I'm overreacting. Maybe typing it all out will help me process what happened yesterday evening in our house on Willow Creek Lane. It was around 9:30 at night. The kids were finally asleep after the usual bedtime circus. Teeth-brushing arguments, one more story, water refills, monster checks under the bed. You know how it is with a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. Michael and I were completely exhausted, but happy to finally have some time to ourselves. We'd settled on the couch in the living room with some wine and Netflix, but we weren't really watching. Just talking about normal stuff, bills, his work drama, my mum's upcoming visit. Nothing special. I was sitting on the right side of the couch, which gives me a partial view of our staircase through the doorway that leads to the front hall. Michael was on my left with his back to the stairs. Even if he'd turned around, he wouldn't have seen them anyway because of the wall that partially blocks the view from that angle. Our house is this old 3-story Victorian that we got for a steal because it needed so much work. We've been renovating it room by room for the past 3 years. It has all these weird angles and nooks that I used to find charming. Not so much anymore. So we're sitting there talking, and I'm half listening to Michael complain about his new project manager when something caught my eye on the staircase. I remember feeling confused at first, thinking it was just Ethan, our 4-year-old, coming down for another excuse to stay up. You know how kids are. But in that split second, something in my brain just screamed. My whole body went cold. I jumped up so fast I knocked over my wine glass. Michael stopped mid-sentence and stared at me like I'd lost my mind. I couldn't even speak for a second. I just pointed toward the stairs, my hand shaking. "Someone's on the stairs," I finally managed to say. "Something is on our stairs." Here's the part that still freaks me out. When I first saw it, for just a fraction of a second, I felt this pressure, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over my mind, trying to convince me, "It's just Ethan, don't worry. It's just your son coming downstairs." But something deeper, something instinctual, was screaming at me that it wasn't my child. And I knew, with absolute certainty, that I couldn't let whatever it was get behind me. Michael jumped up and went to check the stairs, but by then, there was nothing there. He went upstairs to check on the kids, and they were both sound asleep in their beds. He came back down looking concerned but skeptical. "What exactly did you see?" he asked me, and I could tell he was trying to be supportive, but already looking for a rational explanation. I tried to describe it, but it's hard to put into words. It wasn't a full-grown person, but it wasn't exactly child-sized either. It was lanky, almost spindly, with limbs that seemed too long and thin, the knees bent wrong, sideways, like a spider's joints. I remember thinking that specifically. Its knees looked like spider knees. It seemed to be wearing clothes, though I couldn't tell you what kind exactly. Everything about it was just off. It was moving down the stairs with one hand on the banister, almost mimicking the way Ethan comes down the stairs, but exaggerated. Like it was forcing itself to move that way, like it was copying but couldn't quite get it right. But the face, God, the face is what I can't get out of my head. It was completely white, like paper white, and totally blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a smooth white surface where features should be. How could it see where it was going? How could it breathe? I've been trying to rationalize what I saw. Maybe it was a trick of the light. But our staircase isn't that dark. We have a night light at the top for the kids, and the downstairs lights were on. I saw it clearly on the 3rd step from the top, moving to the 4th. It was moving deliberately, carefully, like it was trying not to make noise. Michael pointed out that I've always been more sensitive to weird stuff. He's never experienced anything supernatural, while I've had a few unexplainable moments over the years. Nothing this concrete, though. Nothing this terrifying. He tried to calm me down with logical explanations. Maybe I dozed off for a second and had a hypnagogic hallucination. Maybe it was a shadow from a car passing outside. Maybe I've been working too hard and my eyes played tricks on me. But I know what I saw. We ended up checking the entire house. Every closet, under every bed, behind every door. Nothing. We checked the security system and all the windows and doors were locked. The cameras outside showed no one had approached the house. My husband did his best to comfort me, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. I barely slept last night. I kept staring at our bedroom door, terrified it would open. I kept imagining that thing standing over our bed with its blank face, watching us sleep. Michael eventually fell asleep, but I couldn't. I just lay there, rigid with fear, until the sun came up. This morning, I checked on the kids first thing. They were fine, thank God. Normal, happy, completely unaware of my terror. Lily was drawing pictures at the kitchen table while Ethan played with his dinosaurs on the floor. I studied them carefully, looking for any sign that they'd seen something too, but they seemed totally fine. I asked them casually if they'd gotten up during the night or if they'd heard anything strange. They both said no. Lily asked me why I looked so tired, and I just told her I didn't sleep well. I've been researching all day while the kids are at school, looking up local history, paranormal phenomena, anything that might explain what I saw. Our house is old, built in the 1920s, but there's no record of any violent deaths or tragic stories associated with it. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to Florida to be closer to their grandchildren. Nothing unusual there. I found some stories about mimics, entities that try to impersonate humans but get details wrong. That sent me down a rabbit hole of folklore about changelings and doppelgangers. Nothing quite matches what I saw. Michael called from work to check on me. He's worried I'm obsessing, and maybe I am, but how do you just go back to normal life after seeing something like that in your own home? How do you just pretend it didn't happen? The worst part is not knowing what it wanted. Was it interested in us? In the kids? Was it just passing through, or does it live here with us? Has it always been here, watching us from corners and shadows? I've been jumpy all day. Every creak of the house settling makes me freeze. I've avoided going upstairs alone. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I can't help it. The image of that blank face is burned into my mind. Michael will be home soon with the kids. I haven't told him, but I'm thinking about taking them to my sister's for a few days. I'll make up some excuse, maybe say the furnace needs repairs or something. I just need some time away from this house to clear my head. But what if it follows us? What if it's not attached to the house but to us? To me? I keep replaying that moment in my mind, that feeling of something trying to override my thoughts, trying to convince me it was just my son, like it was projecting that thought into my head. That scares me more than the appearance, the idea that it could influence what I was thinking, even for a split second. The logical part of my brain keeps trying to find explanations. Maybe I am just overtired. Maybe the stress of the renovation and the kids and work is getting to me. Maybe I did doze off for a second without realizing it. But I know what I saw. And I know what I felt. I've never believed in ghosts or monsters. I've always been the practical one, the one who checks the circuit breaker when the lights flicker instead of jumping to supernatural conclusions. But this wasn't a ghost. Ghosts are supposed to be transparent, ethereal. This thing had substance. It was solid, real. It's almost 3 o'clock now. The kids will be home from school soon. I've spent the whole day alternating between researching, checking windows and doors, and trying to distract myself with chores. Nothing helps. I keep glancing at the stairs. I haven't gone up there alone all day. I waited until Michael left for work with the kids before I ran up to get dressed, and I've stayed downstairs ever since. I don't know what to do. Do I tell the kids to be careful? Do I warn them about something that might not even be real? What if I'm wrong and I just scare them for nothing? But what if I'm right? What if that thing is up there right now, waiting? What if next time it gets closer? What if next time it isn't just walking down the stairs, but standing over one of their beds? God, I don't even want to think about that. The worst part is feeling like I'm going crazy. Michael believes that I believe I saw something, if that makes sense. He doesn't think I'm lying, but he thinks there's a logical explanation. And maybe there is. I want there to be. I desperately want to be wrong. But every time I look at those stairs, I see it again in my mind. Those wrong, spider-like knees. That blank, white face. The deliberate way it placed its hand on the banister, like it was learning how to use stairs. It's been 24 hours and I haven't seen it again. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Maybe it's gone. But somehow I don't think so. I feel like it's still here, watching, waiting, learning. I keep wondering what would have happened if I hadn't jumped up when I did, if I had let it come all the way down the stairs. Would it have walked right past us? Would it have approached us? What did it want? I hear Michael's car in the driveway now. The kids are home. I need to pull myself together and act normal. I can't let them see how terrified I am. But tonight, when the house is quiet and dark, I know I'll be staring at those stairs again, waiting, wondering if it's coming back. And if it does, what will I do? What can I do? I don't have any answers. I just know that something was in our house yesterday. Something that wasn't human. Something that tried to make me think it was my son, and I'm terrified it's still here. Story 2. I still don't know if I should be writing this. Part of me wants to forget everything that happened, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what my girlfriend Caroline and I went through. 2 years ago, we were broke college students desperate for affordable housing near campus. Anyone who's tried to rent in a college town knows it's basically highway robbery. So when we found this tiny, rundown house just 10 minutes from campus for about half what everyone else was paying, we thought we'd hit the jackpot. The landlord was super eager to rent it out. Looking back, that should have been our first red flag. He mentioned it was built by architecture students as some kind of project years ago. The place wasn't winning any beauty contests. The walls weren't quite straight. The roof was completely flat, which becomes important later, and the floors creaked like they were auditioning for a horror movie soundtrack. But we were young and broke, and the price was right. The first 3 months were completely normal. We were just happy to have our own place. Then, the weird shit started happening, and it began with the smoke detectors. At first, it was just occasional false alarms. We'd be watching TV or cooking dinner, and suddenly one would go off for like 10 seconds, and then stop. Annoying, but whatever. Then it got worse. They started going off multiple times a day, sometimes 4 or 5 times. We'd be dead asleep at 3 in the morning, and beep, beep, beep. Heart racing, we'd jump out of bed only for it to stop after a few seconds. We replaced the batteries in all 6 detectors. Didn't help. We replaced them again with different brands. Still nothing. Eventually, we just took all the batteries out completely. That's when things got really messed up. They still went off. How does a smoke detector with no battery make noise? We even got the landlord to turn off the entire circuit to the smoke detectors, thinking maybe they were hardwired. The alarm stopped for exactly 2 days. Then one night around 3 in the morning, always 3 a.m. I swear, the detector in our bedroom made this long, continuous beep. Not the usual alarm, but like someone was holding down the test button. Caroline grabbed a chair to reach it, and the second she got close, it stopped. As she stepped down, the detector down the hallway started making the same noise. She walked over with the chair, and again, it stopped just as she reached for it. This kept happening detector by detector, leading us toward this creepy storage room at the back of the house. When we got to the detector right outside that room, everything went silent. The whole thing felt deliberate, like something was trying to lead us there. That storage room, God, I hated that room. From day one, it felt wrong. When you'd go in there, the air felt heavier, colder. I always felt like someone was standing directly behind me when I was in there. The hairs on my neck would stand up, and I'd get this overwhelming urge to turn around, but I'd always find nothing there. The detector thing happened again and again, always following the same pattern, bedroom to hallway to living room to storage room, always starting at 3 a.m., always stopping just before we could touch the detectors. This went on, once or twice a week for our entire time in that house. Then came the bugs. I'm not talking about a few ants or the occasional spider. I mean biblical levels of infestation. They'd pour out of light fixtures, from tiny cracks in the walls, from behind outlets. And the smoke detectors, my God, they'd crawl out of the smoke detectors. Mostly small beetles and these weird silverfish things. We'd wake up with bugs on our bed. They'd fall into our food while we were eating. We called exterminators, 3 different companies. They'd spray, fumigate, whatever, and tell us the problem was solved. Within a week, the bugs would be back in full force. One exterminator actually seemed spooked and asked if we'd disturbed anything in the house. When we asked what he meant, he just shook his head and left quickly. The bugs, the alarms, that feeling of being watched, it was all taking a toll. We started feeling constantly on edge, depressed, exhausted. I'd get this knot in my stomach every time I turned onto our street after class. Caroline started spending more time at the library or at friends' places. We both hated being there, but we couldn't afford to move. Then the footsteps started, on the roof. The first time it happened, we were watching a movie around midnight. 3 or 4 extremely loud thud, thud, thud sounds right above us. It sounded like someone was taking massive steps across our flat roof. I grabbed a baseball bat and ran outside to look, thinking maybe some drunk college kids had climbed up there. Nothing, not a single thing on the roof or anywhere around the house. The footsteps always followed the same pattern, starting above the storage room and moving in 3 or 4 giant strides toward our bedroom. The steps were spaced way too far apart to be a person, unless they were like 8 feet tall and could jump several feet between steps. And they were loud, like whatever was making them was either really heavy or deliberately stomping to make noise. We'd hear the footsteps several times a week, always at night. Every single time, I'd run outside with a flashlight, and every single time, there'd be nothing there. I even set up a camera on a tripod pointed at the roof one night. When we reviewed the footage after hearing the steps, we could clearly hear the sounds on the video, but nothing appeared on the roof. Nothing. Then the kitchen activity started. We had these metal mixing bowls we kept stacked on the counter. Multiple times a day, we'd hear the distinct sound of one being picked up and thrown across the room, crashing and clanging on the floor. Every time we'd rush into the kitchen, the bowls would be perfectly stacked exactly where we left them. After this happened about a dozen times, we put the metal bowls away in a cabinet. That's when we started hearing ceramic plates smashing instead. Same thing, we'd hear the crash, run in, and everything would be intact and in place. The cabinet doors started slamming too, not just closing, slamming with incredible force. The weird part is, they were those soft, close hinges that physically can't slam unless you really force them. We'd be sitting in the living room and hear slam, 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 one after another, like someone was going down the line, closing each cabinet as hard as possible. By this point, we were living in a constant state of fear. I wasn't sleeping. Caroline had developed this nervous tic where she'd constantly look over her shoulder. We'd gotten so used to the constant alarms, footsteps and crashes that we barely reacted anymore. That's when the visual stuff started. I was using my phone one night to take a picture of this weird stain that had appeared on our ceiling, another issue with that place. When I opened the camera app, yellow squares appeared on the screen. The face detection feature was picking up something, but there was nothing there. The squares were floating about 7 feet off the ground right above our bed, tracking something I couldn't see. I showed Caroline, and we both watched as the squares followed whatever invisible thing was there, staying in the exact same spot in the room, regardless of what angle I held the phone. This happened multiple times over the next few weeks. The breaking point came when our friend Jamie stayed with us. She was between apartments and needed a place for a few nights. We didn't tell her about any of the weird stuff. Honestly, we were afraid people would think we were crazy. On her second night, Jamie woke up around 3 a.m. on our couch. She told us later that she felt uneasy, like someone was watching her. Then she felt the couch cushion depressed near her feet, as if someone had just sat down. She kept her eyes closed, terrified. Whatever it was started crawling up the length of her body, slowly, until she could feel it standing directly over her head, staring down at her. She said she could feel hatred coming off it in waves. At the same time, the kitchen cabinets started slamming open and closed over and over. Jamie laid there pretending to sleep for over 2 hours while this presence stood over her. She told us she was too scared to open her eyes, afraid of what she might see. The next morning, Jamie packed her stuff and left without explanation. She called us later from her car, crying, and told us what happened. She refused to set foot in our house again. That was it for us. We broke our lease, lost our security deposit, and moved in with Caroline's parents temporarily until we found a new place. The landlord didn't even argue with us about leaving. He just seemed eager to get new tenants in there. We've been in a normal apartment for about a year now. No alarms, no bugs, no footsteps. But I still wake up sometimes at exactly 3 a.m., heart pounding, certain that something is standing over me. Caroline still can't sleep with her back to an open room. I've looked into the history of that house and the land it was built on, but haven't found anything significant. Part of me wants to warn whoever lives there now, but what would I even say? Hey, your house is haunted by something that really wants you to go into that back storage room at 3 a.m. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd actually followed those smoke detector beeps all the way into the storage room in the middle of the night. Whatever was in that house, it was trying to lead us somewhere. I'm just glad we never found out where. Story 3. I've never been someone who puts much stock in paranormal stuff. Ghosts, spirits, all that. It just wasn't my thing. My wife Claire was always the more spiritual one between us. She had those little crystals around the apartment, burned sage sometimes, and always said she could feel energies. I'd smile and nod, but honestly, I thought it was all pretty silly. That was before Sarah died. Sarah was Claire's best friend since college. They were inseparable, the kind of friendship where they finished each other's sentences and had a million inside jokes I could never keep track of. Sarah was over at our place at least twice a week. She was fun, always laughing, and even though she was primarily Claire's friend, she and I got along great too, just in a normal, friendly way. Nothing more. When we got the call about Sarah, it didn't make any sense. She was only 26, healthy, active. She went running every morning and was always posting about some new health smoothie on Instagram. But apparently, she collapsed at work, just fell to the floor in the middle of a meeting. They said it was a seizure. She never had epilepsy or any history of seizures. The doctors couldn't explain it. She was rushed to the hospital, but never regained consciousness. Just like that, she was gone. Claire was devastated. I've never seen someone grieve like that. It was like a part of her died too. The funeral was brutal. Sarah's parents were destroyed, her younger. Brother Mark couldn't even speak at the service. Claire held it together somehow to deliver a eulogy, but she broke down as soon as she stepped away from the podium. I held her while she sobbed into my shirt for what felt like hours. The first week after, our apartment was like a funeral home. Claire's friends came by with food, flowers, cards. Claire mostly stayed in bed, only getting up when she absolutely had to. I took time off work to be with her, but honestly, I felt useless. What do you say to someone who just lost their best friend? Nothing helps. Then, exactly 1 week after Sarah died, I had the first dream. I went to bed around 11 that night. Claire had finally fallen asleep after hours of crying. I remember feeling relieved that she was getting some rest. I drifted off quickly. I was exhausted from the emotional weight of everything. In the dream, I woke up to the sound of our refrigerator opening. It was so realistic that for a second I thought I was actually awake. I got out of bed to check what was going on, thinking Claire might be up getting a midnight snack. But when I walked into our kitchen, it was Sarah. She was standing there in the blue dress she wore to our housewarming party last summer, looking through our fridge like she'd done 100 times before when she came over. She looked exactly like herself, not ghostly or transparent or anything weird like that, just Sarah. "Hey, Ben," she said when she saw me, completely casual, like nothing was unusual. "How's Claire doing?" I remember feeling stunned but not scared. It felt so real. "She's not good," I told her. "She misses you a lot." Sarah nodded, looking sad. I figured. It was so sudden. I didn't get to say goodbye to anyone. We talked for what felt like hours. She asked about Claire, about her other friends, her parents. She asked if anyone was watering her plants. She seemed worried about her dog, Bailey. "Mark took him," I told her. "Your brother has Bailey now." That made her smile. "Good. Mark will take good care of him." Then she just disappeared. Not in a dramatic way. One moment she was there, and the next I was waking up in bed beside Claire, my heart pounding. I wrote it off as grief. It made sense that I'd dream about Sarah after spending a week consoling Claire and attending the funeral. Just my brain processing everything. But the next night, she was back. This time, she was sitting on our couch, flipping through a magazine. Same casual attitude, like she was just visiting. She asked different questions this time, about her work friends, about a book she'd apparently lent to someone and never got back. She seemed concerned about unfinished business. After the third night in a row, I started to get freaked out. These weren't normal dreams. They were too vivid, too consistent. In normal dreams, things are disjointed and weird, but these conversations with Sarah felt completely real. And she always remembered what we talked about the night before. On the fourth night, she asked about Claire again. "She's still really struggling," I said. "I don't know how to help her." Sarah looked thoughtful. "Maybe you should tell her about our talks." I woke up in a cold sweat after that one. Tell Claire. That seemed like a terrible idea. Claire was already fragile, and I was worried that hearing about these dreams would either upset her more or give her false hope. Plus, what if she thought I was making it up for attention, or to try to make her feel better? But after a week of these dreams, every single night without fail, I was starting to lose it. I wasn't sleeping well because the dreams were so intense. I felt like I was living in two worlds. During the day, I was trying to support my grieving wife, and at night, I was hanging out with her dead best friend. It was messing with my head, so I finally told Claire. We were having dinner, just takeout because neither of us had the energy to cook. Claire was pushing food around her plate, barely eating. I took a deep breath and just said it. "I've been having these dreams about Sarah." Claire's fork stopped moving. She looked up at me. "What kind of dreams?" I tried to explain as gently as possible. How real they felt. How Sarah seemed concerned about people in her life. How she asked questions about specific things only she would know about. I expected Claire to either dismiss it or get upset. What I didn't expect was the look of jealousy that flashed across her face. "Why would she come to you?" she asked, her voice tight. "You weren't even that close." That hurt, but I tried to be understanding. "I don't know. I don't believe she's actually visiting me, Claire. It's probably just my subconscious." But Claire wasn't listening anymore. "What else has she said? Does she talk about me? What was she wearing? Did she mention the fight we had the week before she died?" The questions came pouring out of her. It was the most animated I'd seen her since Sarah died. so I told her everything I could remember. Claire hung on every word, occasionally crying or nodding when something I said matched what she knew about Sarah. That night, Claire insisted on sleeping right next to me, practically clinging to me. "If she comes again," she whispered, "wake me up immediately." Sarah did come again, but I couldn't wake Claire. That's not how dreams work. When I told Claire the next morning, she was devastated that she'd missed it. "What did she say about me?" was the first thing Claire asked. From that point on, our entire relationship became about my dreams of Sarah. Claire would wake me up multiple times each night, asking if Sarah had appeared yet. When I'd tell her about the dreams the next morning, she'd interrogate me for every detail. What was Sarah wearing? Did she seem happy? Did she mention anyone else? If I couldn't remember specific details, Claire would get frustrated or even angry. "You're not paying enough attention," she'd say. "This is important." 2 weeks in, I was exhausted. I dreaded going to sleep because I knew Sarah would be there, and I dreaded waking up because I knew Claire would be waiting with her questions. Our marriage was crumbling, and I felt powerless to stop it. "Maybe you should talk to someone," I suggested gently one morning. "A grief counselor or therapist." Claire exploded. "You think I'm crazy? You're the one talking to a dead person every night." "I don't think you're crazy," I said. "I just think you're in pain, and maybe talking to a professional would help." "The only thing that would help is if Sarah visited me instead of you," she shot back. That became the core of our problem. Claire couldn't understand why Sarah was appearing to me instead of her, and honestly, neither could I. I barely knew Sarah compared to how close she and Claire were. It made no sense. One night, about 3 weeks after the dreams began, I actually asked Sarah about it. "Why are you coming to me and not Claire? She misses you so much." Sarah looked sad. "I've tried. She can't see me or hear me. I don't know why you can." "It's destroying our marriage," I told her. "Claire resents me now." Sarah nodded. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. I don't want to be forgotten." I woke up crying that night. When Claire asked about the dream, I couldn't bring myself to tell her what Sarah had said. Instead, I lied and said I didn't dream about her that night. Claire knew I was lying. "You're keeping her from me now?" she accused. "You're trying to have Sarah all to yourself?" "That's not fair," I said. "I can't control these dreams. I didn't ask for this." But Claire was beyond reason at this point. She started sleeping in the guest room, saying maybe Sarah would visit her if I wasn't around. She'd come into our bedroom in the middle of the night to check if I was meeting with Sarah without her knowledge. 1 month after Sarah's death, Claire moved out. She said she needed space, but we both knew our marriage was in serious trouble. The woman I loved had been replaced by someone consumed with jealousy over her dead friend's spiritual visitations to her husband. Sarah still visits me in my dreams, less frequently now, maybe once or twice a week. She seems at peace more often. She asks fewer questions about the living world and spends more time just talking. Sometimes we just sit in comfortable silence, which is strange for a dream. Last night, she asked about Claire. "She left me," I said. "She couldn't handle that you were visiting me instead of her." Sarah looked genuinely sad. "I never wanted that. I love Claire. She was the best friend I ever had." "Then why me?" I asked, the question that had been haunting me for weeks. "Why do you come to me and not her?" Sarah was quiet for a long time. Then she said something that sent chills down my spine. "Because you were the last person I saw before I died." I woke up instantly, heart racing. That made no sense. I wasn't with Sarah when she died. I was at work, miles away from her office where she collapsed. I hadn't seen Sarah for days before her death. I still don't understand what's happening. I don't know why Sarah chose me. I don't know if these dreams will ever stop. And I don't know if my marriage can be saved. All I know is that every night I'm afraid to close my eyes. Not because I'm scared of seeing Sarah, but because I'm scared of what she might tell me next. Story 4. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night back in 2007. It's been well over a decade, but some experiences just stick with you, you know? The kind that make you question everything you thought you understood about reality. My ex-wife's parents lived in this old house in a historic district in Southern California. It was one of those charming places with character, a cute 3-bedroom home with wooden floors that creaked when you walked on them, and those old-fashioned windows that always seemed to let in drafts no matter the season. The place had no central heating or air, which wasn't usually a big deal in Southern California, but during summer it could get pretty unbearable. We were visiting for the weekend with our young son. He was only 4 at the time, still at that age where everything was an adventure. My ex had grown up in that house, and she'd occasionally mention weird things that happened there when she was a kid. Stories about doors opening on their own, strange noises at night, and most frequently, sightings of what the family half-jokingly called the little girl ghost. I'd always listened politely, but never really bought into it. I mean, I wasn't a complete skeptic about paranormal stuff. I'd had a few unexplainable moments in my life, but I also wasn't the type to jump to ghost as the first explanation for every bump in the night. That particular weekend was during a brutal heat wave. Temperatures were pushing 100 degrees during the day, and even at night, it barely cooled down. My in-laws had these old oscillating fans that made more noise than breeze, and the small guest room where we were staying trapped heat like an oven. The first night was miserable. The 3 of us, me, my ex-wife, and our son, were crammed into a queen-sized bed in the back bedroom. My son was sleeping peacefully between us, somehow unbothered by the heat, while my ex had somehow managed to drift off despite the temperature. I, however, was wide awake, sweating through my t-shirt, feeling like I couldn't breathe. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up on sleep. My mouth felt like sandpaper, so I carefully extracted myself from the bed, trying not to wake my family, and made my way to the kitchen for some water. The house layout was pretty straightforward. From our bedroom, you walked down a short hallway that opened into the living room. The kitchen was connected to the living room through a doorway, and there was a small dining area off to one side. The master bedroom where my in-laws slept was on the opposite side of the house. I remember padding barefoot across the wooden floors, wincing at every creak, guided only by the dim glow of a nightlight in the hallway. The kitchen was completely dark, but I knew where the glasses were kept, so I didn't bother turning on the light. I filled a glass with tap water and gulped it down, then filled it again and drank more slowly. The house was completely silent except for the distant hum of those ineffective fans. Even the usual suburban night sounds seemed muted. No dogs barking, no cars passing by. Just stillness and that oppressive heat. After finishing my water, I realized I was fully awake now. The thought of going back to that hot bedroom and lying there staring at the ceiling wasn't appealing. I decided to watch some TV instead, hoping the mindless drone would help me feel sleepy again. The living room had an old couch facing a modest television set. Nothing fancy, but it would do. I figured I could watch with the volume low enough not to disturb anyone. So I left the kitchen, crossing through the dining area toward the living room. This is where everything gets weird. And I swear I'm not making this up or exaggerating. I was maybe 3 steps out of the kitchen. The connecting wall between the kitchen and dining area was about 2 feet to my right. The living room was directly ahead, with the old brick fireplace visible about 4 feet to my left. It was dark, but not pitch black. There was enough ambient light coming from the nightlight and through the windows that I could make out the shapes of furniture. That's when it happened. Wham! There was this incredibly loud slam against the wall to my right. Not like something fell, like something had been thrown against it with force, or like someone had punched it as hard as they could. The sound was so sudden and violent that I froze, mid-step. My first thought was that something had fallen in the kitchen, but that didn't make sense. The sound came from the wall itself, not from behind me. And the only door back there was the one I'd just come through, which made a very distinctive creaking sound whenever it opened or closed. Before I could even process what had happened, I felt something. It's so hard to describe this part because it doesn't make logical sense. I felt a rush of air pass me, like the wind of someone running by very closely. It moved from where the sound had hit the wall toward the direction of the fireplace. As this wind rushed past me, and I'm talking about a span of maybe 2 seconds total, I heard another sound, softer this time, like something hitting near the fireplace area. Not a crash, more like a light tap or knock. I stood completely still, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I strained my eyes looking toward the fireplace, but there was nothing there. No object that had been thrown, no fallen picture frame, nothing. The house fell silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. An aware silence, if that makes any sense, like when you can feel someone watching you. I'd like to say I bravely investigated or that I called out to challenge whatever was there. But the truth, I was terrified. Completely, utterly terrified in a way I'd never experienced before. It was primal. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get out of there. But there was also this weird, calm part of my brain that was thinking, don't show fear. Don't acknowledge it. That's what it wants. So I did something that still surprises me when I think back on it. I calmly turned and walked back to the bedroom. Didn't run, didn't look around, just turned off the lights I'd turned on earlier and walked measured steps back to the bedroom where my family was sleeping. I crawled into bed next to my son and pulled the covers up despite the heat. I curled my body around him protectively and stared wide-eyed at the bedroom door, half expecting something to come through it. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might have a heart attack. I laid there for at least 2 hours, maybe longer, completely awake and alert to every tiny sound in that house. The fan squeaking as it rotated, the house settling, my son's soft breathing, my ex-wife turning over in her sleep. I catalogued each sound, tensing whenever anything seemed out of place. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have drifted off just before dawn. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the windows, and the normal sounds of a household waking up surrounded me. My son was already up and playing with some toys on the floor. My ex-wife was gone, probably helping her mom with breakfast. At the breakfast table, I must have looked rough, because my mother-in-law asked if I'd slept poorly. I hesitated, then decided to tell them what happened. As I recounted the experience, my ex-wife's expression changed from amused to knowing. When I finished, she just laughed and said, "I told you." Her parents exchanged glances. Her dad shrugged and continued eating his toast. Her mom patted my hand and said, "That's just the house. It doesn't mean any harm." They discussed it so casually, like we were talking about a quirky neighbor, rather than something that defied explanation. My ex later told me that similar things had happened throughout her childhood. Objects moving, footsteps when no one was there, and most frequently, that sensation of someone rushing past. We never stayed in that house again. I made excuses for future visits. Hotels were more comfortable. We didn't want to impose whatever worked. My ex knew the real reason and never pushed it. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it a ghost? Some kind of energy imprint? My imagination combined with an old house's normal sounds? I don't know. But I know what I felt, what I heard. That rush of air passing me was as physical and real as someone brushing past you in a crowded room. Sometimes I think about that little girl ghost my ex-wife's family talked about. Was she playing some kind of game that night? Throwing something against the wall to get my attention? Or was it something else entirely? I'll never know, but whenever someone tells me they don't believe in the paranormal, I think about that night. I don't try to convince them. Some things you just have to experience yourself. But I know what happened to me was real, and no matter how much time passes, I still get that cold feeling in the pit of my stomach when I remember the sound of something slamming against that wall and that rush of air passing by me in the darkness. Story 5. I still can't explain what happened that evening 3 weeks ago, and it's driving me crazy. I've barely slept since then. My husband Daniel thinks we should just try to forget about it, but I can't. I keep replaying it in my mind, wondering if I'm losing it, or if we really saw what I think we saw. We live in Zagreb, Croatia, in a nice neighborhood near a wooded area with a small stream running through it. It's a beautiful spot. Peaceful, you know. We've walked our 2 poodles, Milo and Luna, there almost every evening for the past 4 years. It's our routine. Dinner, then a walk before settling in for the night. Nothing extraordinary ever happened there, until that night. It was a Tuesday evening, around 8:30. The sun was just starting to set, but there was still plenty of light. The weather had been nice that day, not too hot with a slight breeze, perfect for a longer walk. Daniel had finished work early, so we decided to take our usual route by the stream. It's a gravel path that winds through some trees, nothing fancy but quiet and away from traffic. Milo and Luna were in good spirits as always. They're both standard poodles. Milo is black and Luna is cream-colored. They're normally super friendly, always eager to greet other dogs and people. Luna especially gets excited when she sees other animals. She's only 3 and still has that puppy energy. We were about 15 minutes into our walk. Daniel and I were talking about some renovation plans for the kitchen, something completely mundane. The dogs were trotting ahead of us on their leashes, sniffing around like they always do. Everything was completely normal. Then, about 50 meters ahead on the path, I noticed something. At first, I thought it was just another dog walker. There was this large black dog standing right in the middle of the gravel path. It looked about the size of a Labrador, maybe a bit bigger. I remember thinking it was strange that I couldn't see the owner anywhere. I was about to point it out to Daniel when I realized our dogs had stopped dead in their tracks. Both of them, completely frozen. I've never seen them react like that before. Luna, who normally pulls toward other dogs, was standing completely still, her body rigid. Milo started growling, not his playful growl, but a deep, threatening sound that I'd never heard him make before. Daniel noticed it too and tugged gently on their leashes, but they wouldn't move. They were like statues, just staring ahead at this black dog. "What's wrong with them?" I whispered to Daniel. He shook his head, looking confused. I turned my attention back to the black dog. Something felt off about it. The way it was standing was strange. Too still, too intentional. It wasn't sniffing around or moving like a normal dog would. It was just standing there, facing away from us, like it was waiting for something. Then it turned its head toward us. I still get chills thinking about that moment. It turned just its head, not its body, and the movement was all wrong, too fluid, too far around. No dog's neck can twist like that. I couldn't make out its face clearly from that distance, but something about it made my stomach drop. It didn't look like a dog's face. It was too blank. Daniel's hand found mine and squeezed hard. Neither of us said anything. We just stood there, watching this thing as it watched us. Then it moved. It didn't start walking or running like a normal dog. It sort of glided. It moved toward a wooden fence that runs alongside part of the path, picking up speed as it went. When it reached the fence, it didn't jump over or stop. It just dissolved. I know how that sounds, but I swear that's what happened. Its black form seemed to melt into a kind of mist or smoke that hovered by the fence for a few seconds before disappearing completely. I think I stopped breathing. Daniel's grip on my hand was so tight it hurt, but I barely noticed. Our dogs were still frozen, but Luna had started trembling. "Did you see that?" I finally managed to whisper. Daniel nodded slowly. "We need to go," he said quietly. "Now." He didn't have to tell me twice. We turned around, tugging our reluctant dogs with us. They kept looking back, Milo still growling softly. We walked quickly, not running, but definitely moving faster than our usual pace. Neither of us spoke. What was there to say? We'd both seen something impossible. We'd gone about 100 meters back the way we came when we reached a streetlight. It had turned on automatically as the daylight was fading. We stopped there for a moment, both of us breathing hard, though more from fear than exertion. Maybe it was just a strange dog that jumped the fence, and we couldn't see it from our angle, Daniel suggested, but his voice was shaky. He didn't believe that any more than I did. I was about to respond when something even stranger happened. We were standing under the streetlight, facing the direction we'd come from, when suddenly the entire grove behind us went completely dark. Not just dim or shadowy, absolute pitch-black darkness. It was as if someone had draped a massive black curtain over everything beyond where we stood. The darkness lasted only a few seconds, but it felt much longer. The streetlight we were standing under remained on, casting a small circle of light around us. But beyond that circle was nothing but impenetrable blackness. It wasn't natural. The sun hadn't fully set yet. There should have been ambient light. There were other streetlights along the path that should have been visible, but there was nothing. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the darkness receded. The grove returned to its normal early evening dimness, with streetlights visible in the distance. Our dogs were whimpering now, pressing against our legs. I realized I was shaking uncontrollably. Daniel put his arm around me, but I could feel him trembling too. "Let's go home," he said, his voice barely audible. We practically ran the rest of the way back to our apartment. Neither of us looked back. The dogs didn't need any encouragement to hurry either. When we got home, we locked the door behind us and drew all the curtains. The dogs wouldn't settle down for hours. They kept pacing and whining, checking the windows and doors. We weren't much better. We sat at the kitchen table drinking tea that neither of us wanted, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. "It wasn't a dog," I finally said. Daniel sighed and rubbed his face. "No, it wasn't. And that darkness. I know." We talked in circles for hours, coming up with and rejecting explanations. Gas leak causing hallucinations, but we both saw the same thing. Some kind of elaborate prank. But how would anyone create that perfect darkness, or make something dissolve into mist? A shared delusion. Maybe. But what about the dog's reaction? We finally went to bed around 2 in the morning, but I don't think either of us slept. I kept seeing that thing turning its head toward us, kept feeling that absolute darkness closing in. The next day, Daniel suggested we take a different route for our evening walk. I agreed immediately. We haven't been back to that path since then. I'm not sure we ever will. I've spent hours online researching local folklore and supernatural entities. Croatia has rich legends about all kinds of spirits and creatures. I've found stories about black dogs in European folklore, harbingers of death in some traditions, but nothing that quite matches what we saw. The closest thing I've found is something called a mraka in old Slavic legends, a shadow entity that can take different forms and is associated with darkness. But the descriptions are vague, and most of these stories are from rural areas, not a city like Zagreb. Daniel thinks we should just try to forget about it. He's been acting like it didn't happen, throwing himself into work and avoiding any mention of that evening. But I can't stop thinking about it. What was that thing? Why did it appear to us? What was that darkness that fell so suddenly and unnaturally? I find myself looking over my shoulder constantly now, especially as evening approaches. I check the locks multiple times before bed. Our dogs still seem on edge, particularly when we go out at dusk. Luna, who used to sleep soundly through the night, now wakes up barking at nothing. Sometimes when I look out our apartment window toward the direction of that wooded area, I think I see something moving in the shadows. A dark shape that's there one moment and gone the next. Probably just my imagination working overtime. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw. What we both saw. There was something in those woods that wasn't natural, wasn't normal. Something that could dissolve into mist and bring unnatural darkness. And I can't shake the feeling that it noticed us too. That when it turned its not quite dog head in our direction, it was acknowledging our presence, seeing us, maybe even recognizing us. I don't know if we disturbed it, angered it, or just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I can't help feeling that our encounter isn't over, that whatever that thing was, it's still out there, waiting. Story 6. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Even now, typing this out, my hands are getting clammy. This happened to me back in 1987, during my sophomore year of college. I'm 58 now, and I still can't explain what I saw that night. It was late October in our small town of Millfield. I was 20 years old and staying in an off-campus apartment about 2 miles from where my friends lived. We didn't have Uber back then, and taxis were practically non-existent in our rural area, so walking was just what everyone did. That night, I'd been at my buddy Dave's place watching horror movies with a few friends. Nothing unusual, just hanging out, drinking a few beers, the typical college stuff. I left around midnight because I had an early class the next morning. Dave offered to let me crash on his couch, but I declined. The walk home was one I'd done dozens of times before, and the weather was decent, cool but not cold, with this misty sort of fog that was settling in. The route back to my apartment took me through the older part of town. Millfield was established in the 1800s, and some of the buildings dated back to then. The sidewalks were uneven from tree roots pushing up the concrete, and the streetlights were these dim yellow bulbs that cast more shadows than light. I was about halfway home, passing by the old courthouse square, when I first heard it. The distinct sound of hooves on pavement, that solid rhythmic click-clack that's unmistakable once you've heard it. At first, I figured it was someone riding late, maybe heading to one of the farms outside town. Not common at midnight, but not impossible either. When I turned around, expecting to see someone on horseback, what struck me as odd was that there wasn't a rider, just a horse, dark brown, medium-sized, no saddle, no bridle, nothing. Just walking calmly down the middle of the sidewalk like it was the most natural thing in the world. My first thought was that it had escaped from somewhere. The Van Horn family had stables about half a mile away, and occasionally one of their horses would get loose. But this horse didn't look distressed or like it was running away. It was just walking, deliberately, like it had somewhere to be. The horse passed right by me, not even glancing in my direction. I remember feeling the slight breeze as it moved past, smelling that distinctive horse smell. It was definitely real, not some hallucination. I even noticed a small white marking on its forehead, just a tiny star-shaped patch. Curiosity got the better of me. I decided to follow it, thinking I could maybe catch it and return it to wherever it came from. I was raised around horses. My grandparents had a small farm, so I wasn't afraid of approaching it. I followed about 10 feet behind, not wanting to spook it. The horse maintained its steady pace, hooves click-clacking on the concrete. The sound echoed between the buildings, strangely loud in the midnight quiet. After about 2 blocks, the horse suddenly turned right, into Wilson Alley, a narrow passage between the old pharmacy and what used to be a hardware store. I quickened my pace to keep up, turning into the alley maybe 5 or 6 seconds after the horse did. The alley was maybe 50 feet long, ending in a brick wall that separated it from the bank parking lot on the other side. There were no doors along the sides of the alley, no gaps between buildings, nowhere for a horse to go. But the alley was empty, completely, utterly empty. The click-clack of hooves had stopped. The horse was gone, vanished, like it had never been there at all. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to process what I was seeing, or rather, what I wasn't seeing. There was literally nowhere the horse could have gone. The walls on either side were solid brick, at least 12 feet high. The wall at the end had no openings, no doors, no passages, nothing, just solid brick. I walked to the end of the alley, my footsteps sounding unnaturally loud now that the horse's hooves were silent. I touched the wall, solid brick. I looked for any sign that the horse had been there, hoof prints, hair, anything, nothing. That's when the fear hit me. A cold sweat broke out across my back, and I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Whatever I had just witnessed defied explanation. I'd seen the horse clear as day under the streetlights. I'd heard it, smelled it, felt the air move as it passed, and now it was gone, impossibly gone. I ran all the way back to my apartment, not looking back once. I fumbled with my keys at the door, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. Once inside, I locked the door, then checked it twice, then pushed a chair against it for good measure. I didn't sleep that night. I sat up until dawn, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe I'd been more drunk than I thought, but I'd only had 3 beers over 5 hours. Maybe it was some elaborate prank. But how would anyone make a horse disappear in a dead-end alley? Maybe I'd briefly fallen asleep while walking and dreamed the whole thing. But I remembered every detail of the walk, the stores I passed, the flickering streetlight on Maple Street. Everything. The next day, I went back to the alley in daylight. I don't know what I expected to find, but I had to see it again. It was just as I remembered, a straight shot with nowhere to hide a mouse, let alone a 1,000-pound horse. I even asked old Mr. Peterson, who owned the pharmacy, if there were any hidden doors or passages in the alley. He looked at me like I was crazy and said the buildings had been solid since 1872. I spent weeks researching local history, looking for stories about horses, hauntings, anything that might explain what I saw. I found nothing concrete, though there were vague mentions of a fire at a livery stable near there in the early 1900s where several horses died, but nothing that explained a phantom horse walking down a sidewalk at midnight. For years, I told no one. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I followed a ghost horse into an alley, and it vanished into thin air. Even now, it sounds ridiculous. The first person I ever told was my wife, Sarah, about 5 years after we got married. She believed me, or at least she believed that I believed it, which was enough. Last month, I had to go to the hospital for some tests. Nothing serious, just some follow-up stuff for my blood pressure medication. My son Michael came with me. He's 28 now, about the same age I was when I met his mother. While we were waiting in that sterile little room with the outdated magazines and the 2 bright fluorescent lights, I finally told him the story. I don't know why I chose that moment. Maybe it was the antiseptic smell reminding me of my own mortality. Or maybe it was just that we rarely had uninterrupted time to talk these days. But I told him everything, the midnight walk, the horse with no rider, the impossibly empty alley. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. I expected skepticism, or maybe polite disbelief. Instead, he asked me, "Do you think it was a ghost?" I told him the truth, that I don't know. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in most supernatural things. But what happened that night doesn't fit into my understanding of how the world works. A horse can't just disappear. Matter doesn't just cease to exist. But it did. It absolutely did. I've spent 30 years trying to explain it, I told Michael, and I'm no closer to an answer now than I was that night. He asked if I'd ever seen anything like it since. I haven't. Whatever window into the impossible opened, for me that night closed just as quickly. Sometimes I wonder if that's a blessing or a curse. Part of me would like confirmation that what I experienced was real. To see something unexplainable again would validate that first experience. But a bigger part of me is grateful that my world has remained predictable and explicable since then. The older I get, the more I wonder about that horse. Was it trying to lead me somewhere? Was there some message I was supposed to receive? Or was it just some cosmic hiccup, a momentary overlap between our world and something else? I've gone back to Millfield a few times over the years. The town has changed. The old pharmacy is a coffee shop now, and the hardware store is some kind of boutique. But the alley is still there, still a dead end, still a place where impossible things happened once. Sometimes I wonder if anyone else has seen the horse. If some other unsuspecting person was walking home late one night and heard that distinctive click-clack of hooves on pavement. If they, too, followed it down that alley only to find themselves staring at empty space, questioning their sanity and their understanding of reality. I don't expect answers at this point. Whatever that horse was, ghost, hallucination, or something else entirely, its secret died the moment it disappeared into that brick wall. But even after all these years, I still catch myself listening for hoofbeats whenever I'm walking alone at night, and I still avoid alleys with no exit just in case. Some things you just can't explain, no matter how long you live with the memory. That horse is my unexplainable thing, the mystery that follows me through life, the question mark that will probably never get straightened into an answer. And maybe that's okay. Maybe some mysteries aren't meant to be solved, but I know what I saw, and what I saw was impossible. Story 7. I've never been sure how to talk about what happened at the old medical center. It's been 4 years since I had to leave, and I still think about it almost every day. I'm not going to claim I'm some kind of medium or that I have special powers. Before this experience, I would have called myself sensitive or empathic at most. I just pick up on energies and emotions more than most people. But what happened in that building was something else entirely. My friend Sylvie and I were looking for a property to renovate in southern France. We'd been saving for years and wanted something with character that we could eventually turn into a small bed and breakfast. The real estate agent seemed hesitant when he mentioned the old medical center, but the price was right within our budget. It needs significant work, he warned us. It's been empty for 5 years, and there's been some unwanted visitors. The moment we pulled up to the building, I felt something I can't quite explain. It was a pull, like the place was actually calling to me. The building wasn't pretty, a typical 1950s concrete structure, institutional and plain, with broken windows and graffiti covering most of the lower walls. 400 square meters of absolute mess. Sylvie was already talking about walking away, but I couldn't. I needed to go inside. The interior was even worse. Squatters had trashed most of the rooms, leaving garbage, needles, and worse behind. The old patient rooms still had their steel bed frames, though the mattresses were long gone or destroyed. The former reception area had old medical files scattered across the floor, soggy from rain coming through the broken skylights. The electricity didn't work in half the building, and the plumbing was questionable at best. But I loved it. Not for what it looked like. It was objectively awful. But because of how it felt. I can't explain it any better than that. While Sylvie was pointing out all the problems and calculating renovation costs, I was already imagining living there. I knew we had to buy it. The timing wasn't ideal. We had to move out of our apartment faster than expected when our landlord suddenly sold the building, and the new owners wanted to move in immediately. The renovation on the medical center was supposed to take months before it would be habitable, but suddenly we needed a place to live right away. We decided to move into the least damaged section of the building, the former administrative wing, while working on the rest. That first night was when the strange things started. I was cleaning up one of the old offices that would become my bedroom when I suddenly saw, no, not saw exactly, sensed movement at the end of the long corridor. It was like a flash of white fabric, there and gone in an instant. I went to check, thinking Sylvie might have walked by, but she was in another wing entirely. I should have been scared. 400 square meters of dark, abandoned building with most of the windows boarded up or broken, strange noises echoing through the halls, and I wasn't afraid at all. That was the first thing that struck me as odd about my own reaction. I've always been jumpy. I sleep with a nightlight at 35 years old, but in that building, even in pitch darkness, I felt completely at ease. That night, I slept better than I had in years, despite being on a camping mattress in a dusty room that smelled of mold and antiseptic. I dreamed of bustling hallways, nurses in white uniforms, doctors with charts. I could hear the squeak of rubber-soled shoes on linoleum floors and the quiet murmur of professional voices. It wasn't a dream exactly, more like memories that weren't mine. Over the next few days, as we cleared debris and started basic repairs, the impressions grew stronger. I'd be sweeping a room and suddenly know it had been a treatment room for children. I'd touch a wall and feel sadness so intense it would bring tears to my eyes. In other spots, I'd feel unexpected joy or relief. The building was telling me its story. Sylvie thought I was making it up at first, or that the stress of the renovation was getting to me. But even she couldn't explain away what happened in our third week there. We were removing old cabinetry from what had once been a nurse's station when we found a small metal box wedged behind a drawer. Inside were old ID badges from the hospital staff, about 20 of them from the 1970s and 80s. I picked one up, a woman named Marie Laurent, head nurse, and instantly felt a rush of warmth and pride. That night, I dreamed of Marie walking the corridors, checking on patients, mentoring younger nurses. She loved this place. It had been her whole life. The whispers started a month into our stay. At first, I thought it was just the wind finding its way through the cracks in the walls, but they had a cadence to them, a rhythm like speech. I never could make out exact words, but it always felt like someone was just around the corner, having a hushed conversation. Doors would open and close on their own, not violently, just gentle clicks in the night, like someone was making rounds. The first few times I got up to check, but there was never anyone there. After a while, I just accepted it as part of living in the building. What's strangest is how quickly it all started to feel normal. Sylvie was always uncomfortable, jumping at noises and refusing to walk around alone after dark, but I felt like I belonged there. The rooms became familiar, like old friends. I knew which floorboards would creak, which doors would stick in humid weather, which windows caught the morning light just right. I started talking to the building, not in a crazy way, just little comments as I moved through the day. "Morning, East Wing," I'd say as I opened the curtains. Or, "Let's get this fixed up," when tackling a new repair project. The most inexplicable thing was how I could navigate the entire building in complete darkness. The power would go out frequently. The wiring was ancient and we were constantly overloading it, but I never needed a flashlight. I knew exactly where every obstacle was, could feel the walls guiding me. It was like the building itself was helping me see. About 2 months in, I woke up at 2 in the morning to the distinct sound of footsteps in the corridor outside my room. Not the random creaks of an old building settling, but deliberate steps. Someone walking slowly, carefully. My door, which I always closed at night, began to open. Inch by inch it swung inward. I held my breath, waiting to see who or what was there. But the doorway remained empty. After a long moment, the door gently closed again, and the footsteps moved away down the hall. I should have been terrified. Anyone would be. But all I felt was a sense that someone had checked on me, made sure I was okay, and moved on. The next morning, I asked Sylvie if she'd been up during the night. She hadn't left her room. We were the only 2 people in the building. After that night, the presence, I started thinking of her as Marie, though I had no real reason to believe it was the head nurse from the ID badge, became more active. I'd catch glimpses of movement more frequently. Sometimes I'd hear humming, old French songs my grandmother used to sing. Tools that had been misplaced would appear in obvious locations. Once, when I cut my hand on a piece of broken glass, I came back from washing it to find a first aid kit sitting on the table that definitely hadn't been there before. Most people would have run screaming from the building. I know that. But it never felt threatening. It felt like Marie approved of what we were doing, like she was happy to see the medical center coming back to life. When we finished renovating a room, the atmosphere would change, become lighter, fresher somehow. She was pleased. I started leaving little offerings, a fresh flower in a glass of water, a thank you note, a small pastry from the local bakery. They were never touched, but sometimes I'd find them rearranged or moved to a different spot. As the months passed, my connection to the building and to Marie grew stronger. I could almost predict when she would appear. Rainy afternoons seemed to be her favorite time to make herself known. The sound of her footsteps became as familiar as Sylvie's. I looked forward to her nighttime rounds, the gentle opening of my door that meant she was checking on me. Sylvie thought I was losing it. "You talk about this building like it's a person," she'd say, and she was right, I did, because it didn't feel like just a building anymore. It felt alive, filled with memories and emotions that had soaked into the walls over 50 years of life and death, joy and sorrow. We'd been there almost 2 years when everything fell apart. The renovation had cost more than expected, and the tourism in the area had dropped dramatically that season. We were running out of money fast, and our dream of opening a bed and breakfast was slipping away. When Sylvie's mother got sick and needed expensive care, we made the heartbreaking decision to sell the building. I can't describe the grief I felt. It wasn't just about losing a property or a business opportunity. It was like being told I had to abandon a friend. The night after we signed the papers with the new owners, I walked through every room of the medical center, touching the walls, saying goodbye. I swear the building itself seemed to droop, the air heavier, the shadows deeper. That last night I couldn't sleep. Around midnight, I heard Marie's footsteps in the hallway, but they sounded different, slower, heavier. My door opened, and for the first time I sensed her presence actually enter my room. The air by my bed grew cold, and I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if someone had sat down beside me. "I'm sorry," I whispered into the darkness. "I don't want to leave either." The humming started then, one of those old French lullabies, and I felt what seemed like fingers, gently brushing hair from my forehead. I fell asleep to that sound, tears streaming down my face. In the morning, as we loaded the last of our belongings into the moving van, I took one final walk through the empty building. In what had been my bedroom, I found something on the windowsill that hadn't been there the day before, a nurse's cap, yellowed with age, perfectly folded. Next to it was an ID badge, Marie Laurent's. I've never felt a connection to a place like I did with that medical center. I've moved 3 times since then, and every new apartment feels hollow, lifeless. I keep Marie's badge and cap with me, but they're just objects now. The presence that made them special is gone, still residing in that building in southern France. I often wonder if Marie has befriended the new owners, if she walks their hallways at night, checking on them like she did me, or if she's retreated back into the walls, waiting for someone else who can feel her there, someone else who understands that some buildings are more than just brick and mortar. They're keepers of memory, vessels for the echoes of all the lives that passed through them. And sometimes, if those echoes are strong enough, they never really fade away. Story 8. I've been hesitating to write this down for months. Honestly, I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened in that house. We moved out last year, but the memories follow me everywhere. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. We were living in a Section 8 house on the southeast side of Indianapolis. Me, my husband Diego, and my daughter Sophia. Money was tight, and we didn't have many options. The place wasn't much, just a small 2-bedroom with faded wallpaper and creaky floors. But it was all we could afford at the time. Sophia was 5 when it all started. She'd always been a sweet, quiet kid who mostly kept to herself. That's why I wasn't too concerned when she first mentioned her new friend, Mr. Groman. Kids have imaginary friends all the time, right? I remember the first time she brought him up. We were eating dinner, and she suddenly asked if I could make a plate for Mr. Groman too. "Who's Mr. Groman, sweetie?" I asked, thinking it was cute. "He's my friend. He likes to play with me," she said, pointing to the empty chair next to her. "He's sitting right there, Mommy." Diego shot me a concerned look across the table. My husband had been Sophia's stepdad since she was 2, and he loved her like his own. But he was always more protective than me, probably because he grew up in a rough neighborhood. "What does Mr. Groman look like?" Diego asked, trying to keep his voice casual. "He's old and tall, and he has a big smile," Sophia replied, taking another bite of her mac and cheese. Later that night, after Sophia went to bed, Diego expressed his concerns. "I don't like this Mr. Groman business," he whispered. "What if it's some creep from the neighborhood?" I told him he was overreacting, but Diego spent the next few days looking around the neighborhood, checking if there were any older men who matched Sophia's description. He even asked neighbors if they knew anyone by that name. Nothing came up. Meanwhile, Sophia's relationship with her invisible friend grew. She'd hold doors open for him, talk to him while playing, and sometimes I'd find her giggling in her room, apparently having a conversation with thin air. It was a bit weird, but not alarming. One afternoon, I noticed Sophia carrying her tea set into her bedroom. When I asked what she was doing, she said, "Mr. Groman wants a tea party." I smiled and went back to folding laundry. About 20 minutes later, I passed by her room and heard her talking. "Yes, you can have more sugar. No, Mommy doesn't mind if we use real juice." What caught my attention was the way her voice would pause, as if she was listening to responses. The conversation flowed too naturally for someone just playing pretend. I stood outside her door for a few minutes, feeling a strange chill despite the summer heat. That evening, Sophia asked if Mr. Groman could use her room to get changed. I didn't understand what she meant. "Changed into what, honey?" I asked. "His other clothes. He has to change sometimes," she said matter-of-factly. Diego and I exchanged glances but decided not to make a big deal out of it. Kids say weird things, and her imagination was clearly very active. Then came the day with the fish. Diego had bought a large tank a few months earlier and kept 3 fancy goldfish he was oddly proud of. He'd spend time every evening checking the water quality and making sure they were healthy. Those fish were like his little pets. I had taken Sophia to the park that afternoon. When we returned home, Diego was standing in the living room, his face pale and confused. On the floor, about 30 feet from the tank, were all 3 goldfish, dead and dried up. "What the hell happened?" I asked, covering Sophia's eyes. Diego shook his head. "I have no idea. I was in the garage for maybe half an hour. When I came back in, they were like this. It didn't make sense. The tank had a secure lid. Even if a fish could somehow jump out, it couldn't possibly travel 30 feet across the room." While we were talking, Sophia wiggled free from my grasp and looked at the fish. Instead of being upset, she just nodded, as if confirming something she already knew. "Mr. Groman did it," she said quietly. "He did it because he doesn't like Diego." My blood ran cold. The way she said it, so calmly, so certain, made the hairs on my arms stand up. "What do you mean, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mr. Groman says Diego shouldn't touch his things." Diego looked furious. "This isn't funny, Sophia. Don't blame your imaginary friend for something you did." Sophia just stared at him. "He's not imaginary. He's standing right behind you. I've never seen Diego move so fast." He spun around, hands clenched into fists, but of course there was nothing there. That night we had a long talk with Sophia about telling the truth and not blaming others for things she might have done. She insisted she was telling the truth, but eventually got tired and went to bed. After that, strange things started happening regularly. I'd come home to find all the faucets running. Doors would slam shut, even when there was no draft. Once, I was in the shower when the bathroom door suddenly swung open. I called out thinking it was Diego or Sofia, but no one answered. When I peeked out, the hallway was empty. The photo frames became a regular thing too. We had a wall of family pictures in the hallway, and at least once a week we'd wake up to find one or two of them on the floor, sometimes with the glass broken. It was always pictures that included Diego, never ones with just me and Sofia. Diego wanted to move, but our financial situation was tight, and breaking the lease would have been costly. Plus, part of me wasn't convinced it was anything supernatural. Old houses make noises. Frames fall if they're not hung properly. There had to be logical explanations. Then came the day everything changed. It was a Saturday in October, about 4 months after Sofia first mentioned Mr. Groman. Diego had taken an extra shift at work, so it was just Sofia and me at home. I was cleaning the kitchen when I heard Sofia laughing hysterically in her room. "Sweetie, what's so funny?" I called out. No response, just more laughter. I walked to her room and found her sitting on the floor surrounded by her dolls, all arranged in a circle. She was laughing and clapping her hands. "What are you playing?" I asked. She looked up at me, still giggling. "Mr. Groman is doing funny dances." I forced a smile. "That sounds fun. Is he here right now?" She nodded enthusiastically and pointed to a spot right in front of her. "He's dancing like a chicken?" I felt a sudden drop in temperature around me. The room had been warm before, but now I could see my breath fogging in front of my face. Sofia didn't seem to notice. She continued laughing and watching her invisible friend. "Sofia," I said carefully, "can you ask Mr. Groman something for me?" She nodded. "Ask him why he doesn't like Diego." Sofia's smile faded. She looked at the empty space and seemed to listen. Then she turned back to me. "He says Diego reminds him of the bad man who hurt his girls." My stomach twisted. "What bad man? What girls?" "The man who hurt Mr. Groman's granddaughters. The man who made them bleed." I felt sick. These weren't words or concepts Sofia should know about. She was 5, for God's sake. We were careful about what she watched on TV, and she'd never been exposed to anything violent. "Sofia, who told you about that?" I demanded, more sharply than I intended. She frowned, confused by my reaction. "Mr. Groman did. He says the bad man hurt his girls, so he had to take them away to keep them safe." I grabbed Sofia's hand. "We're going next door." Our next-door neighbors were an elderly couple, the Johnsons, who had lived there since the early 50s. If anyone knew the history of our house or the neighborhood, it would be them. Mrs. Johnson answered the door in her floral housecoat. She seemed surprised to see us, but invited us in for lemonade. While Sofia played with their ancient cat in the living room, I sat at their kitchen table and tried to sound casual. "I was wondering if you knew anything about the previous occupants of our house, before we moved in." Mrs. Johnson's expression changed. She glanced at her husband, who was reading the newspaper across the table. "Why do you ask, dear?" she said. I hesitated, not wanting to sound crazy. "Sofia has been talking about someone named Mr. Groman. I thought maybe it was someone who used to live in the neighborhood." The newspaper lowered. Mr. Johnson stared at me, with wide eyes. "Groman," he repeated. "She's been talking about a Groman?" I nodded, a cold feeling spreading through my chest. Mrs. Johnson sighed. "The Gromans lived in your house before the renovation. That would have been 30 years ago now, wouldn't it, Herbert?" Mr. Johnson nodded. 32 this December. "What happened to them?" I asked, already dreading the answer. "There was a fire," Mrs. Johnson said quietly. "Terrible tragedy. The whole family perished. Mr. Groman, his 2 granddaughters, all of them." My mouth went dry. "His granddaughters?" "Yes, poor little things. Their father, Mr. Groman's son-in-law, was a violent man. beat those girls something awful. Their mother had already passed, so Mr. Groman took them in. He was so protective of those girls. What was he like? I managed to ask. Mrs. Johnson's face softened. Oh, he was a wonderful man. Tall, always smiling despite everything. He would do anything for those girls, played dress-up with them, had tea parties, even played with their dolls. Not many men of his generation would do that, you know. I felt dizzy. Dress-up, tea parties, playing with dolls. Exactly what Sophia had described. The fire, I began but couldn't finish. Mr. Johnson put down his newspaper completely. They say it was electrical, but some folks wondered. The father had been making threats, wanting his daughters back. He showed up drunk the night before the fire. When we got home, I called Diego and told him everything. He left work early and came straight home. We agreed we needed to move as soon as possible, but it would take time to find another affordable place. That night, after putting Sophia to bed, Diego and I sat in the living room, talking in hushed voices about our options. Suddenly, the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see our breath in the air. All the photos on our wall started shaking. One by one, they flew off the wall, not falling, but literally flying across the room, smashing against the opposite wall, but only the ones with Diego in them. Then we heard it, a deep, raspy voice from the hallway. "Get out! You're like him!" Diego jumped up, grabbing a baseball bat we kept by the couch. "Who's there?" he shouted. No answer, but the lights started flickering. The TV turned on by itself, cycling through channels rapidly. I ran to Sophia's room, terrified for her safety. When I pushed open her door, she was sitting up in bed, smiling. "Mr. Groman is angry," she said calmly. "He doesn't want Diego to hurt us like the bad man hurt his girls." "No one is going to hurt anyone," I said, scooping her up. "Diego loves us." As I carried her back to the living room, the front door flew open with a bang. Outside it was completely still, no wind, nothing that could have caused it. Diego stood in the middle of the room, bat raised, looking around wildly. "We're leaving. Now." We grabbed nothing but Sophia and the car keys. As we rushed toward the door, every light in the house exploded simultaneously, showering us with glass. Sophia screamed and buried her face in my shoulder. Just before we reached the door, Diego suddenly stopped, gasping for air, his hands going to his throat as if he was being choked. He dropped to his knees, his face turning red. "Stop it!" I screamed at the empty air. "He's not the bad man. He would never hurt us." Diego was released instantly, collapsing forward and gasping for breath. We ran to the car and drove to a motel. We never went back except to get our essential belongings, and even then, we went during daylight and had friends come with us. We broke our lease and moved across town. Sophia stopped mentioning Mr. Groman after we left the house. When I asked her about him a few months later, she just shrugged and said, "He stays in his house. He can't leave." I still drive by that house sometimes. New tenants have moved in, a young couple with no children. I wonder if they've experienced anything strange, if they've met Mr. Groman. Part of me wants to warn them, but what would I say? To this day, Diego has a ring of bruises around his neck that never fully fade. And sometimes, when Sophia thinks no one is watching, I catch her waving at nothing when we pass by our old house. Story 9. I still get chills thinking about what happened last month. My son and I both saw it, and to this day, neither of us has a rational explanation. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or the paranormal. I've always been practical, logical, the type to look for reasonable explanations. But what happened that evening in my kitchen has completely shaken my worldview. For context, I live in a quiet suburb called Oakridge with my 13-year-old son, Ethan. We've been in this house for almost 6 years now. It's a modest 2-story with a decent backyard and a pebbled driveway that wraps around to the garage. We've never experienced anything unusual here. No weird noises, no unexplained events. just a normal, peaceful home. That Tuesday evening started like any other. I got home from work around 5:30, and Ethan was already there, having walked home from the bus stop. He was upstairs doing homework while I started preparing dinner. I remember it was a simple meal, baked chicken with roasted vegetables. I was at the kitchen counter chopping bell peppers and zucchini. The kitchen has this large window above the sink that looks out onto our driveway. It was around 6:15, still light outside, but getting dimmer as the sun was starting to set. Chester, our golden retriever, was sleeping on his bed in the corner of the kitchen, like he always does when I'm cooking. I was about halfway through chopping the vegetables when I noticed something in my peripheral vision, a movement outside the window. When I looked up, there was nothing there. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe a bird or a neighbor's cat walking across our driveway. I went back to chopping. A minute later, I caught that movement again, more distinct this time. It was like someone walking past the window. I looked up quickly, but again, nothing was there. This time I paused, knife in hand, and stared out the window for a few seconds. The driveway was empty, just the grey pebbles catching the early evening light. I remember feeling a slight uneasiness, but I dismissed it and continued preparing dinner. Then it happened a third time, and this time the shape was more defined, distinctly human-like. It was like a shadow passing by, but when I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. What struck me as odd was how silent it was. Our driveway is covered in those small decorative pebbles that make a crunching sound when anyone walks on them. You can hear someone approaching the house from quite a distance away, but there was no sound at all. And Chester hadn't moved from his spot. He's usually super alert, barks at delivery people before they even reach the door, but he was just sleeping peacefully, completely unbothered. I put down the knife and walked to the window, peering out more carefully. The driveway was completely empty. No cars parked there except mine, no people, nothing disturbed. I even checked the motion-activated security light we have mounted above the garage. It hadn't turned on, which it certainly would have if someone had walked by. Trying to shake off the weird feeling, I returned to my cutting board. But now I was on edge, glancing up at the window every few seconds, and sure enough, about 2 minutes later, I saw it again. This time, it was even more defined, a dark silhouette moving past the window. It wasn't just a shadow or trick of the light. It had a shape, shoulders, a head. But again, when I looked directly at it, there was absolutely nothing there. My heart was starting to race. I wasn't scared exactly, more confused and unsettled. I was trying to come up with logical explanations. Maybe it was a reflection of something behind me. I turned around to check, but nothing in the kitchen was moving. Maybe it was a cloud passing overhead, changing the light. But the movement was too defined, too intentional. I was still standing there, staring out the window, when Ethan came into the kitchen. He asked what was for dinner, and I remember feeling relieved that he was there. Having another person in the room made me feel less crazy. I turned to answer him, and that's when it happened. Mid-sentence, Ethan's eyes went wide and he physically jumped backward. His face went pale and he pointed toward the window, saying, "Mom, there's someone outside." My blood ran cold. I spun around to look, but again, there was nothing there. The driveway was empty. "What did you see?" I asked him, my voice shaking slightly. "A person," he said, still staring at the window. "Right there, walking past. But they disappeared." That's when I really got scared, because Ethan is not the type of kid who gets spooked easily. He's logical, level-headed, doesn't believe in monsters or ghosts, and he had seen exactly what I'd been seeing for the past 10 minutes. I asked him to describe what he saw, being careful not to lead him or suggest details. He said it looked like a person, not clearly defined, more like a dark shape, walking past the window. When I asked if he'd heard anything, he said no, which was consistent with my experience. Whatever this thing was, it moved silently across our noisy pebble driveway. And still, Chester hadn't stirred from his spot. That detail bothers me to this day. Our dog, who barks at squirrels 3 houses away, didn't react at all to whatever was moving outside our house. At this point, I was genuinely frightened. I put down the knife, went to the front door, and locked it. Then I checked the back door and made sure all the windows were secured. Ethan followed me around, looking worried. When we returned to the kitchen, Chester had finally woken up and was wagging his tail, looking at us expectantly for dinner, completely oblivious to our distress. I decided to check our security camera. We have one of those Ring doorbells that captures motion on the front porch, and another camera mounted on the garage that faces the driveway, exactly where we'd seen the figure. I pulled up the app on my phone, expecting to see recordings from the past 15 minutes. There was nothing. No motion detected, no recordings triggered. According to our security system, nothing had moved in our driveway for over 2 hours since I had arrived home from work. Ethan and I stood in the kitchen, both trying to process what was happening. He suggested maybe it was a reflection from a passing car, but our house is set back from the street and headlights don't reach the kitchen window. I wondered if maybe there was something wrong with our eyes, some shared hallucination or optical illusion, and then it happened again. This time we both saw it simultaneously, a dark silhouette passing right by the window. Ethan grabbed my arm, and I remember his grip was so tight it almost hurt. We both stared, frozen, but as before, when we looked directly at it, there was nothing there, just our empty driveway and the fading evening light. "What is that?" Ethan whispered, and I didn't have an answer for him. I decided we needed to go outside and investigate. Part of me was terrified at the thought, but I was also angry. This was our home, and something was out there scaring us. I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer and my phone, ready to call 911 if necessary. Ethan didn't want to come with me, but he also didn't want to stay in the house alone, so he followed closely behind as we went through the front door. The evening air was cool and still. Nothing seemed out of place. We walked slowly around to the side of the house where the kitchen window was. The pebbles crunched loudly under our feet, confirming what I already knew. There was no way someone could walk on this driveway silently. We examined the ground carefully, looking for footprints or any sign that someone had been there. Nothing. The pebbles were undisturbed except for where we were standing. We circled the entire house, finding nothing unusual. No signs of intruders, no explanation for what we'd seen. When we got back to the front door, I noticed our neighbors across the street were home, their lights on. I wondered if they had seen anyone near our house. We went back inside, and I locked the door behind us. The kitchen seemed normal now, no more shadowy figures passing by the window. I tried to resume making dinner, but my hands were shaking so badly I had to stop. We ended up ordering pizza that night. Neither of us felt much like eating. Over pizza, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Ethan, ever the rational one, suggested maybe it was some kind of shared illusion caused by the angle of the setting sun through the kitchen window. I wanted to believe that, but it didn't explain why we saw the figure at different times, or why it appeared so distinctly human. I checked the security camera footage again before we went to bed, going through it frame by frame. Nothing. According to our high-tech security system, no one had been in our driveway. That night, I barely slept. I kept getting up to check the windows, half expecting to see that shadowy figure again. But the night passed uneventfully. In the morning light, the whole experience seemed almost dreamlike. But Ethan and I both knew what we'd seen. The strangest part? It never happened again. It's been a month now, and we haven't seen any more shadowy figures outside our window. Our life has returned to normal, except for this lingering uneasiness I feel whenever I'm chopping vegetables at the kitchen counter. I've researched similar experiences online, looked into the history of our house and neighborhood, but found nothing that would explain what we saw. No one died in our house. The land wasn't a former cemetery or sacred ground. Oak Ridge is just a normal, quiet suburb with normal, quiet people. So what was it that Ethan and I both saw that evening? A trick of the light? Some kind of shared hallucination? Or something else entirely, something that exists just at the edge of perception, visible only when you're not looking directly at it? I don't know, and that's what keeps me up at night sometimes. We experienced something impossible, a figure that both of us saw clearly, that moved without sound across noisy pebbles, that didn't trigger motion detectors, and that disappeared when looked at directly. I used to be certain about how the world worked. Now, I'm not so sure anymore, and every time I catch a movement in my peripheral vision, my heart stops for just a second, wondering if it's back. Story 10. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. It's been about 8 years since it happened, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I've been telling myself to write this down for years, just to get it off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I live in Lincoln, Montana, small town, about 1,000 people. Everybody knows everybody's business. I'm Daniel, by the way. I've been fishing these waters since I was a kid, and I know every creek and river bend within 50 miles. At least I thought I did. This happened back in 2015. Me and my buddy Brad decided to take a fishing trip south of the Indian Meadows Bridge, near Stonewall Mountain. Brad had just gotten a new rod he wanted to try out, and I needed to get away from work stress. We invited 2 other couples, Stephen and his wife Jermaine, and Miles with his wife Sherry. Stephen's a serious bear hunter, knows the woods better than anyone I know. Miles is more of a casual outdoorsman, but he grew up around here too. It was late August, perfect weather, not too hot, clear skies. We got to the spot around 7 in the morning. The area's pretty rugged, heavily timbered with some rocky outcroppings. To cover more ground, we split into pairs. Me and Brad headed upstream, Stephen and Jermaine went downstream, and Miles and Sherry decided to try their luck at a small pond about a quarter-mile east. Brad and I found a good spot where the creek widened a bit. The fishing was decent. I'd caught 2 small rainbows, and Brad had a nice brown trout. We'd been there maybe 2 hours when we heard it. I still struggled to describe that sound. It started faint, maybe half a mile away. At first, I thought it might be an elk bugling, but it was all wrong for that. It was high-pitched, almost mechanical, like a rusty metal door being slowly forced open, but organic somehow. It lasted maybe 8 to 10 seconds, then stopped. "What the hell was that?" Brad asked, his rod frozen mid-cast. "No idea," I said. "I've heard wolves, mountain lions, bears, every bird native to Montana. This wasn't any of them." We stood there for a minute, listening. Nothing. Just the normal creek sounds and occasional bird calls. "Probably just some weird echo," I said, not believing it myself. We kept fishing, but I couldn't shake the uneasiness. About 15 minutes later, we heard it again. Closer this time. The hair on my arms stood up. It wasn't an echo, and it wasn't machinery. It had this quality to it, like it was searching for something or someone. Brad reeled in his line. "Let's head back to the truck." I didn't argue. We packed up quickly, not talking much. As we hiked back toward our meeting point, I kept looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When we got back to the clearing where we'd parked, Stephen, Jermaine, Miles, and Sherry were already there. Something was off. Stephen was loading gear into his truck with quick, deliberate movements. His face was pale. "You guys hear that?" Miles asked immediately. Brad nodded. "Yeah, from a distance. It was right fucking next to us," Stephen cut in, his voice tight. "Maybe 100 yards through the trees." Stephen isn't the type to get spooked. I've seen him track wounded bears into thick brush without hesitation, but he was clearly rattled. "What do you think it was?" I asked. Stephen shook his head. "No clue. Not a bear, not a cat, not an elk. Nothing I've ever heard before. Germaine was sitting in the truck already, door closed. She's usually chatty, taking photos of everything, but she just stared straight ahead. It screamed 3 times, Sherry said, her voice shaky. The third time it sounded like it was moving toward us. That's when Stephen told us we needed to leave. Stephen had already led them out via the nearest game trail, straight up a ridge that was a much harder route than the main path we'd taken in. That wasn't like him at all. He's always careful, always takes the easiest route when guiding others. Didn't want to take the main trail back? I asked him. Wanted to get to higher ground, he said simply. He didn't elaborate, but I understood. Whatever made that sound, Stephen didn't want to meet it on a narrow forest path. We didn't stick around to discuss it further. Everyone was packed up within 5 minutes, and we drove back to town, mostly in silence. We met up for beers that night, tried to laugh it off, came up with rational explanations. Maybe it was some kind of machinery from a distant logging operation. Maybe a bizarre echo of something ordinary. Maybe someone playing a prank with speakers. But none of us believed that. We'd all spent our lives in these woods. We knew what belonged and what didn't. I mostly forgot about it until about 3 months later. It was November, early elk season. Miles called me to see if I wanted to go hunting near the same area. I hesitated but agreed. Daylight hunting seemed safer, and I figured lightning doesn't strike twice. We hiked in at dawn, a light dusting of snow on the ground. Perfect tracking conditions. We set up in a small clearing about 2 miles from where we'd fished in August, but still in the same general area. Miles had some new elk calls he wanted to try. The morning was quiet. A few distant shots from other hunters, but nothing close. Around 11, Miles tried his bugle call. We waited. Nothing. He tried again, this time adding a cow call afterward. That's when we heard it. Not the same sound as before, but a response. A low, huffing grunt, followed by the sound of something large moving through brush, maybe 200 yards away. "Elk," Miles whispered, grinning. We readied our rifles, waiting. The sounds of movement continued, getting closer. Breaking branches, heavy footfalls, but no more vocalizations. Something felt off. Elk usually make more noise, calling, snorting. This was just movement, deliberate movement. After about 10 minutes, the sound stopped. Whatever it was had halted maybe 100 yards from our position, just inside a dense stand of lodgepole pines. We couldn't see anything. Miles tried another call. No response. "Let's move closer," he suggested. I wasn't keen on the idea, but I followed him as we slowly stalked toward where we'd heard the sounds. The snow was only about an inch deep, but enough to show tracks. That's what bothered me most when we reached the area where the sounds had come from. No tracks. Nothing. We searched for 20 minutes. The snow was undisturbed except for some squirrel and rabbit prints. No elk tracks. No bear tracks. Nothing that could explain what we'd heard. Something big enough to break 4-inch branches had moved through here without leaving a single print. "This is wrong," Miles finally said. "Let's get out of here." We hiked back to the truck in silence. Neither of us mentioned what we were both thinking, that whatever had answered Miles's call might have been the same thing we heard in August. Fast forward to last year. I was at home watching a basketball game when Miles called me, sounding excited. "Turn on the Discovery Channel," he said immediately. "What? Why?" "Just do it. They're doing some show about Bigfoot." I laughed. "You believe in that crap now? Just watch it." I switched channels. They were playing supposed recordings of Bigfoot vocalizations. I was about to make a joke when I heard it, that same high-pitched, mechanical yet organic scream we'd heard by the creek. My blood went cold. "You hearing this?" Miles asked. "Yeah," was all I could manage. Miles told me Sherry had been in another room when the sound played on TV. She came running in, asking why they were playing that sound from the fishing trip. She hadn't even seen what the program was about. When Miles told her it was supposedly a Bigfoot, She went pale. "That's exactly what we heard," she said. "Exactly. Look, I'm not saying we encountered a Bigfoot that day. I'm a rational person. But I know what we heard, and I know 6 people don't imagine the same sound. What bothers me most is how the area has changed since then. There's been increased logging activity around Stonewall Mountain. Every year, the roads push deeper, the cleared areas get wider. Whatever lives in those forests, whatever has always lived there, is running out of places to hide. I still fish and hunt those areas, but never alone now. And I always carry a sidearm, which I never used to do. Sometimes when I'm deep in the woods, I get that same feeling of being watched that I had that day. Stephen refuses to go back to that specific area. He's never said why exactly, but I suspect he saw something that day that he's never shared with the rest of us. Something beyond just hearing a strange sound. Miles and I have talked about setting up game cameras, trying to find answers. But there's a part of me that doesn't want to know. Some mysteries should maybe stay mysteries. All I know for certain is that sound wasn't from any animal native to Montana, at least none that I've encountered in 30+ years in these woods. And whatever responded to Miles' elk call that November day moved without leaving tracks in fresh snow. I still wake up sometimes hearing that sound in my dreams. That high, searching wail echoing through the trees. And in the dreams, unlike reality, I always see what makes it. I just can't remember what it looks like when I wake up. The logging continues. The wilderness shrinks. And sometimes, when I'm driving the back roads near Stonewall Mountain at dusk, I catch myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see something watching me from the shadows. I don't know what we encountered that day, but it was real, and it's still out there. Story 11. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. My wife thinks I'm crazy. My brother-in-law laughs it off. But I know what I saw that night. I'm not some city slicker who spooks at every noise in the woods. I've been hunting since I was 12 years old, spent countless nights camping in the backwoods, and I know the difference between a bear, a person, and whatever the hell that thing was. This happened about 3 weeks ago during deer season. I'd been out since 4 in the morning, sitting in my stand in the cold October air. Around 2 in the afternoon, I finally got what I'd been waiting for. A beautiful 8-point buck stepped into my clearing. I'm not going to bore you with the hunting details, but I made a clean shot, tracked him about 80 yards, and found him already gone. It was a good, ethical kill, the kind you hope for. This buck was a monster, ended up weighing 165 pounds dressed. I was so damn proud of myself. Took me nearly an hour to field dress him and drag him back to my truck. I had my brother-in-law Rick waiting to butcher it. He owns a small processing shop, but he lives about 40 miles from my hunting spot, and it was already getting dark by the time I loaded up. I secured the deer in the bed of my F-150 with some rope and covered it with a blue tarp. Nothing unusual about any of this, just a normal, successful hunting day. I was feeling good, had some coffee in my thermos, and was looking forward to dropping off the deer and heading home. About halfway to Rick's place, my fuel light came on. It was already past 9 o'clock, and most places were closed in our rural area. I knew there was this old mom-and-pop gas station coming up that keeps their pumps running 24 hours with card payment, even when the store itself is closed. You know the type? Just a little concrete block building with a couple pumps out front, the kind that's been there forever. When I pulled in, the place was completely deserted, just like I expected. The store was dark except for a single light inside and the fluorescent lights over the pump area. I swiped my card, started fueling up, and realized I really needed to take a leak after drinking coffee all afternoon. The bathroom was around back, one of those exterior bathrooms with the heavy metal door and a key attached to a big piece of wood so people don't steal it. But since the store was closed, the door was just propped open with a brick. The light inside was flickering, and it smelled like it hadn't been cleaned in about a month. But when you gotta go, you gotta go. While I was in there, I heard some rustling sounds coming from the woods behind the station. Nothing alarming, just the sound of movement in the underbrush. Being deer season, I figured it was probably just deer moving around. They're active at night, especially with all the hunting pressure during the day. I didn't think twice about it. I finished up, washed my hands, and headed back to my truck. The gas pump had already clicked off, and I was ready to get back on the road. That's when everything changed. I rounded the corner of the building and stopped dead in my tracks. There was something standing behind my truck. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing in the dim, yellow-tinged light of the overhead fluorescence. My first thought was that some guy was trying to steal something from my truck. But this was no man. This thing was huge, towering next to my F-150. I'm 6 foot tall, and this thing had to be at least 7 feet, maybe more. For a split second, I thought maybe it was just a really big dude in some kind of heavy winter coat or something, but that illusion didn't last. It was pulling at the tarp, covering my deer. I could see its massive arms yanking at the blue material, completely unconcerned about being quiet or stealthy. The movement wasn't right either. Too fluid, too powerful. No human moves like that. I stood there frozen, partly hidden by the corner of the building, watching as this thing ripped the tarp aside. Then, in one smooth motion, it reached down, grabbed my 165-pound dressed buck with one hand and hoisted it up like it weighed nothing. It threw the deer over its shoulder like I might toss a backpack. That's when it turned and saw me. I'll never forget that moment as long as I live. Our eyes met, and I felt like my heart literally stopped beating. Its face was greyish in the poor light, with deep-set eyes under a heavy, furrowed brow. The face wasn't quite human, but it wasn't like any animal I'd ever seen either. It had dark, matted hair covering its body. Not fur exactly, more like really long, tangled hair, except for that greyish face. The thing just stared at me. Not with surprise or fear, but with what I can only describe as an evil, intelligent awareness. Like it was sizing me up, deciding whether I was worth the trouble. I couldn't move. My legs felt rooted to the concrete. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't respond. We stayed like that for what was probably only about 10 seconds, but felt like an eternity. Then, without any change in its expression, it simply turned away from me, still holding my deer over its shoulder. What happened next still doesn't seem possible. This thing took a step, but not a normal step. Its stride was impossibly long. It covered maybe 8 or 9 feet in a single step. 3 strides later, it had moved 25 feet and disappeared behind the other side of the gas station building, heading toward the tree line. Something broke inside me then. Some morbid curiosity or maybe just disbelief pushed me forward. I had to see more, had to confirm what was happening. Moving as quietly as I could, I crept along the side of the building and peered around the back corner. The creature was at the edge of the forest, about 50 yards away, my deer still slung over its shoulder. Then it did something that chills me even now as I type this. It stopped. It didn't turn fully around, just rotated its upper body, way more than a human could without moving their feet, and looked back at me. Even from that distance, I could feel its eyes on me. It was making sure I saw it, making sure I knew it was watching me too, like it was sending me a message. I see you, remember that. I couldn't hold its gaze. I looked down at the gravel for just a second, and when I looked back up, it was moving again. I heard the crash of underbrush as it plunged into the woods, making way more noise now that it was away from the station. Within seconds, the sounds faded, and it was gone. I stood there for I don't know how long, trying to process what had just happened. Eventually, I made my way back to my truck on shaky legs. The tarp was on the ground, smeared with blood from my deer. The deer itself was gone, not dragged away. There was no blood trail leading off into the woods. Just gone, taken by whatever that thing was. I sat in my truck for almost 30 minutes, engine running, heater on full blast, because I was suddenly freezing. I kept looking around, terrified that thing would come back. Finally, I got it together enough to put the truck in gear and get the hell out of there. When I got to Rick's place, I was a mess. I tried to explain what happened, but he just laughed, thinking I was pulling his leg. "So, you're telling me Bigfoot stole your deer?" "Sure, man. What really happened? You hit a tree and lost it off the back of your truck?" My wife had the same reaction when I got home. "Honey, you were tired. It was dark. It was probably just some homeless guy who saw an opportunity for free meat. But I know what I saw. That was no homeless person. No human could have carried that deer with one arm or moved with those impossible strides. The width of its torso had to be at least 4 feet across. Its arms hung down almost to its knees, and that face, that grayish face with those eyes that seemed to look right through me. I haven't been back to those woods since. I told everyone I just didn't have time to go hunting again this season, but the truth is, I'm scared. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid of the forest I've always loved. I've been researching online, looking at Sasquatch and Bigfoot sightings in my area. There are more than you'd think, though most people don't take them seriously. I never did either until now. I keep thinking about those eyes, that intelligence behind them. It wasn't just some animal. It knew exactly what it was doing. The thing that gets me the most is how it looked back at me before disappearing into the forest. It wasn't scared of me at all. If anything, it was warning me. This is its territory, not mine. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw. That thing was real, and it's still out there in those woods. Sometimes at night, I wake up thinking I hear those heavy footsteps outside my house, and I lie there wondering if it followed me home, if it remembers me the way I remember it. I don't have any proof, no photos, no footprints, nothing but a bloody tarp and a story no one believes. But I know what I saw, and I'm never going back to that gas station at night again. Story 12. I still get chills thinking about what happened to us back in 1986. It's been years, but some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I can hear tapping in the walls. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes. My name is Amy. My sister Jessica and I were just teenagers when our mom died from cancer. It was sudden. She went from diagnosis to gone in less than 6 months. Dad was shattered, and we were all just stumbling through each day. Jessica was 16, I was 14, and none of us knew how to exist in our house without Mom. About 3 months after the funeral, Jessica got this crazy idea to try contacting Mom using a Ouija board she bought at the mall. I remember rolling my eyes, but secretly hoping it would work. We waited until Dad went to bed one night in early December and snuck down to the basement with candles and the board. The basement in our Bedford home was half finished. Concrete floors, wood-paneled walls, and this old couch Mom had always meant to reupholster. It was freezing down there, even with our thick sweatshirts on. "Do you think this will actually work?" I whispered, as Jessica set up the board on an old trunk. "I don't know, but don't you want to try?" Her eyes were red. She'd been crying again. We sat cross-legged on the floor and put our fingers on the planchette. Jessica closed her eyes and started asking questions. "Mum, are you there? It's Jessica and Amy. We miss you." Nothing happened at first. Just as I was about to suggest we give up, the planchette moved. It wasn't dramatic, just a slight shift toward yes. Jessica gasped, and I felt my heart racing. "Mum, is that really you?" Jessica asked, her voice shaking. The planchette slid to yes again. We asked a few more questions, getting short responses that could have been from Mom. I was starting to believe, even though a part of me wondered if Jessica was moving it. Then Jessica asked if Mom could give us a sign she was really there, something beyond the board. The planchette spelled out, "Listen." That night, nothing else happened. We went to bed both spooked and disappointed. But the next morning, I woke up to a faint tapping sound. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed to be coming from inside the wall next to my bed. Jess, did you hear that last night? I asked over breakfast. Hear what? The tapping in the walls. She shook her head, but that afternoon, while we were watching TV, we both heard it. Tap, 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 coming from the living room wall. We looked at each other, eyes wide. Mom, Jessica whispered. Dad walked in right then and asked what we were staring at. When we told him about the tapping and the Ouija board, he got upset. Girls, I know you miss her. I do too. But this isn't healthy. There's no such thing as ghosts, and that board is just a game. The tapping is probably the pipes or the house settling. But it wasn't. Over the next few weeks, the tapping continued and got worse. It would start around 9 at night and sometimes go on for hours. Always the same pattern. 3 taps, pause, 3 more taps. Sometimes it moved from room to room, like whatever was causing it was walking through the walls. Then things started disappearing. Small stuff at first. A hairbrush, my favorite lip gloss, a framed photo of Mom. We'd find them later in weird places, inside a cereal box, behind the toilet, under the couch cushions. Dad thought we were playing pranks on each other, but we swore we weren't. It's probably Mom, Jessica said one night in late December as we lay in her bed, neither of us wanting to sleep alone. She's trying to communicate. But I was starting to think it wasn't Mom. The tapping didn't feel friendly anymore. And there was something else, a smell, like unwashed clothes and body odor, that would appear suddenly in rooms where no one had been. By January, I was terrified to be alone in the house. Dad thought we were being dramatic, still grieving Mom and making up stories. He was working longer hours, trying to keep busy, I guess. Jessica and I started finding food missing from the refrigerator, leftovers we'd been saving, half a pie, almost a whole carton of milk one time. Maybe Dad's sleepwalking and eating, Jessica suggested, but we both knew he wasn't. Then came the night of January 12th, 1987. Dad was working late, and Jessica and I were watching a movie in the living room when we heard the tapping again, louder than ever, coming from the basement. We should check it out, Jessica said, grabbing a kitchen knife. Are you insane? I hissed, but I followed her anyway, grabbing the fireplace poker. The basement was dark and cold. Jessica flipped on the light, and we slowly descended the stairs, the tapping growing louder with each step. When we reached the bottom, it stopped abruptly. Hello? Jessica called out, her voice small. We stood there for maybe 5 minutes, listening. Nothing. Just as we were about to head back upstairs, Jessica gasped and pointed to the wall beside Mom's old desk. There, written in what looked like red marker, was a note. Come find me. I'm in your closet. We dropped our makeshift weapons and ran, not upstairs, but straight out the front door to our neighbor Mrs. Peterson's house. We were hysterical, barely able to explain what happened. She called Dad, who rushed home, and then the police. The officers searched our house top to bottom and found nothing. No intruder, no signs of forced entry. They suggested it might be neighborhood kids playing a prank. Dad was furious, both with the police for not taking it seriously and with us for making up stories. This has gone too far, he said after the police left. I know you miss Mom, but this isn't the way to deal with it. Dad, we're not making this up, I screamed, tears streaming down my face. Someone's been in our house. He made us stay at Mrs. Peterson's that night while he slept at home, determined to catch whoever was messing with us. Nothing happened. For the next 2 weeks, Dad insisted we all stay with his sister in the next town over, while he had the house checked for everything from gas leaks, that might cause hallucinations, to faulty wiring, that might explain the tapping. Nothing was found, and eventually he decided it was safe to return. The day we moved back in, January 30th, we found another note in Jessica's dresser drawer. I am back. Find me if you can. Dad finally lost it. He grabbed a baseball bat and went room to room, throwing open closet doors, looking under beds, checking every possible hiding place. Jessica and I huddled together in the living room, terrified. Then we heard Dad shout from upstairs, "What the hell?" There was a crash, the sound of running footsteps, and then silence. Jessica and I clung to each other, too scared to move. After what felt like forever, Dad came downstairs, white as a sheet. "Call the police," he said, his voice shaking. When the officers arrived, Dad told them he'd opened Jessica's closet and found someone standing inside. A young boy, maybe 15 or 16, wearing what looked like some of Mom's old clothes. The boy had a hatchet in his hand and had swung it at Dad before running past him and seemingly vanishing into thin air. This time, the police took us seriously. They searched the house again, more thoroughly, but found no sign of the intruder. They suggested we stay elsewhere again while they investigated. We spent the next week at a hotel. I couldn't sleep, jumping at every sound. Jessica kept saying it had to be someone who knew us, knew about Mom, but that just made it worse. Finally, Dad decided we needed to face our fears and return home. The police had installed extra locks and alarms, and Dad bought a gun, which terrified me, almost as much as the thought of the boy in the closet. The first day back was tense, but quiet. No tapping, no missing items. We started to think maybe it was over, that whoever had been tormenting us had moved on. Then, just as we were finishing dinner, Dad froze, staring out the kitchen window. "Get down," he whispered. Jessica and I ducked under the table as Dad grabbed his phone and called the police. His voice was eerily calm as he told them, "He's back. I just saw him looking in my window." The police arrived within minutes, surrounding our house. This time, they brought dogs. I'll never forget the sound of those dogs suddenly going crazy, barking and scratching at the wall behind our dryer in the utility room. One of the officers noticed something odd. The dryer was further from the wall than it should have been. When they pulled it out completely, they found a small hidden door cut into the drywall. Behind that door was a crawl space that, as they soon discovered, connected to passages running through all the walls of our house. The passages were just wide enough for a person to shimmy through. Inside, they found food wrappers, bottles of urine, and, most disturbing, photos of our family that had been stolen from our albums. There were also small holes drilled into the walls of every room, including our bedrooms and bathroom. And inside that maze of passages, hiding like some twisted rat, they found him, Daniel LaPlante, a 16-year-old boy who had apparently been living inside our walls for nearly 2 months, watching us through those peepholes, coming out when we weren't home or were asleep to take food, move our things, and terrorize us with his tapping. The police told us later that LaPlante had become obsessed with Jessica after meeting her briefly at school. He'd found out about our mum's death and decided to exploit our grief, first by answering our Ouija board questions. He'd been in the basement with us that night, hidden behind the paneling. Then, by making us think our house was haunted. They found some of Mom's clothes in his nest inside the walls, along with the hatchet Dad had seen, and a notebook full of rambling thoughts about Jessica and plans to get rid of Dad and me so he could have her to himself. That was 35 years ago, but I still can't sleep in a house without checking every closet, every possible hiding place. I've never used a Ouija board again, and to this day, if I hear any kind of tapping, I freeze, wondering if someone is watching me from inside the walls. The worst part? LaPlante was eventually released from juvenile detention, and sometimes, on the anniversary of when they found him, I swear I can hear tapping in my walls again. Story 13. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff. Actually, I used to laugh at those ghost hunting shows with my sister Emma. We'd joke about how fake everything seemed, the dramatic gasps when they heard a tiny creak or felt a cold spot. But that was before last month. Now I can't even talk about it without getting goosebumps all over my arms. For background, I've been living in this rented house with my mom and my sister Emma for just over 4 years. It's nothing special. A small 3-bedroom in a quiet neighborhood. Kind of old, but comfortable enough. I'm 22, Emma's 19, and we're both still living at home while going to community college. Money's been tight since Dad left, so we all share the master bedroom. Mom has the bed, Emma has a daybed we squeezed into the corner, and I sleep on a mattress on the floor next to the door. It's cramped, but it works. I should mention I'm a total night owl. Always have been. Mom and Emma are usually in bed by 10, while I'm wide awake until at least 1 or 2 in the morning. I'm usually the last one to go to bed, padding around the house in the dark, watching Netflix with headphones, or scrolling through TikTok until my eyes hurt. Nothing weird had ever happened in this house. Nothing. That's what makes this so much harder to process. It was a Thursday night, about a month ago. Super normal evening. Mom and Emma had gone to bed around 9:30, and I was up doing some homework and then just messing around online. Around 1 in the morning, I finally decided to call it a night. I turned off all the lights, checked that the front and back doors were locked. Mom's paranoid about that, and headed to our bedroom. I quietly opened the bedroom door, careful not to wake them. The room was dark except for the little nightlight Mom keeps plugged in near her bed. I could hear both of them breathing deeply, already fast asleep. I tiptoed to my mattress, got under my blanket, and plugged in my phone to charge. I'd been lying there for maybe 5 minutes, scrolling through Instagram one last time before sleep, when I heard it. Someone was trying to open our bedroom door. At first, I thought I was imagining things. The doorknob jiggled slightly, then turned. My heart instantly jumped into my throat. I froze, my finger hovering over my phone screen, which I quickly darkened. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house, but I'd just checked all the doors, and all our windows have those security latches. I lay completely still, staring at the door, expecting it to open any second, but it didn't. The doorknob turned back to its original position, and then nothing. Except not nothing. That's when I started hearing the footsteps. They weren't normal footsteps like when my mom or sister walks around. These were heavy, deliberate, a slow thump, 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 moving across our living room floor. What made it worse was that I could actually feel them through my mattress on the floor. Tiny vibrations with each step. I wanted to wake my mom or Emma, but I was literally paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move. I couldn't even whisper. I just lay there, my heart pounding so hard I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. The footsteps continued, moving from the living room to the kitchen, then down the hallway toward the other bedrooms. It was like whatever it was searching for something or someone. This wasn't just random creaking or the house settling. This was methodical movement. I lay there for what felt like forever, but was probably 15 or 20 minutes listening to this thing walking around our house. Eventually the footsteps faded, and I heard nothing else for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep a wink. I just lay there, clutching my phone, too terrified to even get up and check if anything was actually there. When morning came, I was exhausted and freaked out, but somehow doubting myself. In the daylight, with Mom making coffee and Emma hogging the bathroom, it seemed ridiculous. I convinced myself it had been a vivid half-dream or my imagination going wild. I didn't mention it to either of them. The next night, Friday, I went out with some friends. We hung out at the mall, got dinner, then went to see a movie. It was close to midnight when I got home. Mom and Emma were already asleep. The house was dark and quiet, exactly how it should be. I was tired, but needed to brush my teeth before bed. I went to the bathroom trying to be quiet. I didn't bother turning on any lights since I knew my way around well enough. The bathroom light would have shone right into our bedroom anyway, and I didn't want to wake Mom or Emma. I was standing there in the dark, brushing my teeth, when I heard it again. Footsteps. But these were different from the night before. These weren't the heavy thumping sounds. These were lighter, faster, like someone walking hurriedly across our living room floor. What made it even more terrifying was that they were coming from a section of flooring near the front entry that I know for a fact always creaks when I walk there. It's this one specific spot that I always avoid at night because it makes so much noise. The toothbrush froze in my mouth. I stood completely still, listening. The footsteps continued, moving across that creaky section without making the specific creak I know so well. It was like whoever, whatever was walking knew exactly where to step to avoid making noise, but I could still hear it. That soft pad of feet on our cheap laminate flooring. I spat into the sink as quietly as possible and wiped my mouth on my sleeve. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone as I pulled it out of my pocket. I texted Emma, "Are you awake? I'm in the bathroom and I heard something." I waited, watching the screen. 3 dots appeared, then, "What did you hear?" Instead of texting back, I called her. She answered immediately. "What's going on?" she whispered. "There's something in the living room," I whispered back. "I can hear footsteps." "You're freaking me out," she said. "Mom's asleep." "I'm serious, Em. I heard the same thing last night." There was a pause. Then she said, "I'm coming out." I stood frozen in the bathroom, listening as Emma carefully got out of her bed. A few seconds later, I heard our bedroom door open. Emma appeared in the hallway, her face illuminated by her phone flashlight. "Turn that off," I hissed. She lowered it, but didn't turn it off completely. "Where did you hear it?" she whispered. "Living room, just now." I gestured with my head. Emma looked scared but brave in that way she gets when she's trying to prove she's not afraid. She took a few steps toward the living room, holding her phone out like a weapon. I grabbed her arm. "Don't go in there." "We need to check," she insisted. "Let's just go back to the bedroom," I pleaded. "Please." She must have heard the genuine fear in my voice because she nodded and followed me back to our room. I locked the door behind us, something I never do, and we both climbed into our respective beds. Mum was still sound asleep, completely unaware. "What exactly did you hear?" Emma whispered once we were both settled. I told her everything, about the doorknob turning the night before, the heavy footsteps, and then the different footsteps I'd heard tonight. As I described it, I could see her face growing more concerned in the dim glow of the nightlight. "Why didn't you say anything this morning?" she asked. "I thought I was imagining it," I admitted. "Or dreaming it. I don't know." We stayed awake for at least another hour, listening. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no doorknobs turning, nothing but the usual quiet of our house at night. Eventually, Emma fell asleep, but I stayed awake until I saw sunlight peeking through our curtains. The next morning, we did a thorough check of the house. No doors or windows had been tampered with. Nothing was missing or out of place. There was absolutely no evidence that anyone had been in our house. But I know what I heard, and now Emma was spooked too. We told Mom, who looked concerned, but suggested it might be the neighbors. Our houses are pretty close together, and sound can travel weirdly sometimes. Or maybe it was raccoons on the roof. She had a logical explanation for everything, but she couldn't explain the doorknob turning, and I could tell that bothered her, even though she tried to play it off. That was a month ago. Since then, I've heard the footsteps 5 more times, always at night, always when I'm alone or the only one awake. Sometimes it's the heavy thumping ones, sometimes the lighter, quicker ones. Twice more, I've heard the doorknob to our bedroom turn, but it never opens. We started putting a chair under the knob at night, which makes me feel marginally safer. The thing is, whatever it is has never actually shown itself. It's never tried to hurt us or even scare us deliberately. It just moves around our house at night like it's looking for something, or like it's going through the motions of a routine it had in life. I've done some research on the history of the house, but there's nothing remarkable, no deaths, no tragedies. It was built in the late 1970s and has had a series of unremarkable owners and renters since then. Mum thinks I'm overreacting, and maybe I am. But there's something in our house, something that doesn't belong here, something that walks our floors at night when it thinks no one is listening. The worst part is not knowing what it wants. Is it just passing through? Is it attached to the house, or is it attached to one of us? That last thought keeps me up at night more than the footsteps do. I'm writing this at 2 in the morning, sitting on my mattress with my back against the bedroom door. Everyone else is asleep. I haven't heard anything tonight, but that doesn't mean it's not out there, moving silently through our home. Whatever it is, I just wish it would either make itself known or leave us alone. This in-between state, knowing something's there but not what or why, is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. Story 14. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me, but I need to get this off my chest. It's been eating away at me for years, and I'm still trying to make sense of it all. I don't expect everyone to believe me. Honestly, I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't lived through it myself. It all started when I was 13. My parents had to go out of town for the weekend, so I stayed at my grandmother's house. My grandmother was always a bit different. She'd talk about spirits and energies like they were as real as you and me. I never took it seriously until that night. Her house was this old Victorian-style place with creaky floorboards and weird drafts that would make the curtains move, even when all the windows were closed. I was sleeping on the couch in the living room because the guest bedroom was being renovated. It was around 2 in the morning when I woke up to this loud thump coming from the kitchen. At first, I thought maybe Grandma had gotten up for a glass of water or something, but then I remembered she took sleeping pills and was practically dead to the world once she fell asleep. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and tried to convince myself it was nothing. Then I heard it again, thump, like someone had dropped something heavy on the floor. My heart was racing so fast I could feel it in my throat. I sat up slowly, trying to see into the kitchen from where I was on the couch. The hallway light was on, casting this weird dim glow across the living room. That's when I saw it. This small, solid black shadow figure, like a silhouette of a child, darted from the kitchen and down the hallway toward the bathroom. It moved so fast, but I saw it clear as day. It wasn't like a normal shadow, it was darker, more solid somehow. And it moved with purpose, like it knew exactly where it was going. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just lay there, frozen, listening for any other sounds. When morning came, I told my grandmother what happened. Instead of being surprised or scared, she just nodded like she'd been expecting this. "That's Anna," she said casually, like she was talking about a neighbor. "She's been here for years. She doesn't mean any harm." I thought my grandmother was just humoring me, or maybe losing it a bit in her old age. I didn't think much more about it after that weekend. I chalked it up to an overactive imagination and the creepiness of staying in an old house alone. Fast forward to when I was 19, I was living back at my parents' house after my first year of college. One night, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom. It was around 11 at night, and everyone else was either asleep or in their rooms. I had my headphones in, but I'd paused the music to spit out my toothpaste when I heard it. Madison. It was so clear, so distinct. A young girl's voice, calling my name. I yanked out my headphones, thinking it was one of my sisters. "What?" I called back, wiping my mouth. No answer. I stuck my head out of the bathroom. "Hello? Did someone call me?" The hallway was empty. I walked to my sister's rooms, but one was asleep with her door closed, and the other was watching a movie with headphones on. My parents were downstairs watching TV. I asked each of them if they'd called for me, and they all said no. My mom even joked that maybe I was hearing things, but I wasn't. I know what I heard. Someone, something, had called my name. A few weeks later, I was sitting on the couch watching a movie with my mom and sister. We were all huddled under this big blanket because the AC was blasting. Out of nowhere, we all heard it at the same time. A little girl's giggle right beside me on the couch. It was so close I could almost feel the breath on my ear. We all froze. My sister gripped my arm so hard it left marks. "Did you hear that?" my mom whispered. I nodded, unable to speak. My sister was pale as a ghost. "It sounded like a little girl laughing," my sister said. That was the moment I knew I wasn't crazy. Whatever this was, it wasn't just in my head. My family had heard it too. Things escalated from there. One afternoon, my little brother was complaining that his toy motorcycle, one of those remote-controlled ones that had been broken for months, kept moving by itself. We all thought he was making it up until we saw it with our own eyes. The motorcycle was on the floor in the middle of his room, and it suddenly jerked forward about an inch. No remote, no batteries, nothing. My brother, being 8 and fearless, decided to talk to whatever was moving his toy. "Are you a ghost?" he asked, and the motorcycle jerked forward again. We started asking yes or no questions, telling whatever it was to move the toy for yes. We learned that it was a girl, that she was young, and that she was happy. When we asked if she was following me specifically, the toy practically shot across the floor. By this point, I was equal parts terrified and curious. I'd never believed in ghosts or spirits before, but I couldn't deny what was happening right in front of me. Whatever, or whoever this was, they seemed attached to me for some reason. A year later, I moved into my own apartment with my fiancé, Alex. He was a total skeptic about all this ghost stuff, said it was just my family feeding into each other's delusions. I almost believed him, almost. Part of me hoped that by moving out, I'd leave whatever it was behind. One day, I was unpacking some boxes my grandmother had sent over, old photo albums, some knickknacks, and at the bottom, this weird board game-looking thing called a psychic circle. It was like a Ouija board, but round, with letters and numbers around the edge. There was a note from my grandmother saying she thought I might need it. I didn't tell Alex about it. I knew he'd just roll his eyes. But one night, when he was working late, I pulled it out. I felt stupid sitting there alone, my fingers on this little plastic pointer, asking if anyone was there. But I needed answers. After about 10 minutes of nothing, the pointer started to move, slowly at first, then with more confidence. It spelled out A-N-N-A. My heart nearly stopped. I hadn't told anyone about the shadow I'd seen at my grandmother's house all those years ago, not even my family. How could this board know that name? "Anna," I whispered, "is that you, the girl from my grandmother's house?" The pointer slid to yes. Over the next hour, Anna told me she was 12 years old and had a brother named Jonas, who was 8. She said she died in a house fire on the land where my parents' house now stood, sometime around 1950. According to her, she was buried in the small, unmarked cemetery behind my parents' property, a place I'd played near as a kid without ever realizing what it was. But the most chilling part was when I asked why she was following me. The pointer spelled out G-U-I-D-E. "You're my guide?" I asked, confused. P-R-O-T-E-C-T-Y-O-U. I had so many more questions, but I heard Alex's key in the door and quickly packed everything away. I didn't tell him about the session. How could I? He already thought I was being ridiculous about the whole ghost thing. Weeks went by, and I didn't use the board again. Part of me was afraid of what else Anna might tell me. But I started noticing little things around the apartment. Items moved from where I'd left them, lights flickering when I talked about her, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. Then came the night that changed everything. Even Alex couldn't deny it anymore. We were lying in bed, back to back, because we'd had a small argument earlier that evening about, ironically, whether ghosts were real. I was almost asleep when I felt it. Fingertips, small like a child's, tapping up my spine from the base all the way to my neck. I froze, thinking maybe it was Alex messing with me. But then Alex shot up in bed, turning to stare at me with wide eyes. "Did you just touch my back?" he asked, his voice shaking. "No," I whispered. "I felt it too, like fingers walking up my spine." We slept with the lights on that night, and the next day, Alex helped me research the history of my parents' property. We found old newspaper articles about a house fire in 1948 that killed a family, including a 12-year-old girl named Anna and her 8-year-old brother, Jonas. The article mentioned they were buried in the family plot behind the property. Everything Anna had told me was true. For several months after that, Anna's presence was almost constant. I'd feel her sitting on the edge of my bed at night. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of her in mirrors or reflective surfaces, never clearly, always just out of focus, but enough to know she was there. Alex started believing too, especially after he saw a black shadow dart across our kitchen one morning. But then, as suddenly as she'd appeared in my life, Anna was gone. It was around early 2017. I remember because it was right after New Year's. The apartment felt different, emptier somehow. No more moved objects, no more flickering lights, no more feeling of being watched. I even tried the psychic circle board again, but the pointer remained still. It's been years now, and I haven't felt Anna's presence since. Sometimes I wonder if she moved on, if she finally found peace. Other times, I worry that something happened to her. Can ghosts die again? Or maybe she just realized I was okay, that I didn't need protection anymore. The strangest part is that I miss her. How do you explain missing someone, something that terrified you? But she was with me for so long, through so much of my life, that her absence feels wrong somehow. I've never been able to explain what happened, or why Anna chose to follow me specifically. Was I just more receptive to her? Did she sense something in me that reminded her of herself? Or was it random chance? Wrong place, wrong time, and suddenly I had a ghost attached to me for years. All I know is that it happened. Anna was real, and sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still find myself whispering her name, hoping she might come back, just to let me know she's okay. Story 15. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm a single mom trying to make ends meet while raising my 2 kids in our small Providence home. My daughter Olivia is 11, smart as a whip and always reading. My son Ethan just turned 2 a couple months ago, and he's the sweetest little guy, though he's been a bit behind on his speech development. Nothing too concerning, according to his pediatrician, but he doesn't talk as much as other kids his age. I guess I should start by saying the weird stuff didn't just happen all at once. Looking back, there were signs we ignored or explained away. About 3 months ago, I started noticing little things around the house. Lights turning on that I was sure I'd switched off, ceiling fans running when nobody had been in the room. At first, I blamed Olivia, thinking she was absent-mindedly flipping switches. She denied it, of course, but kids deny everything, right? Then I figured maybe I was just being forgetful. Between working full-time, helping Olivia with school projects, and chasing after a toddler, my brain is fried most days. Last Wednesday, though, something happened that I can't explain away. Something that's made me afraid to be alone in my own home at night. It was about 7 in the evening. We'd finished dinner, and I was cleaning up the kitchen while Olivia was helping Ethan get ready for his bath. I remember it was raining pretty hard outside. That heavy, constant kind of rain that makes you glad to be indoors. I had some music playing from my phone while I loaded the dishwasher. Ethan came running into the kitchen with Olivia trailing behind him. He was clutching the new set of walkie-talkies my mom had bought him for his birthday the week before. They were just cheap plastic ones, nothing fancy, but he'd been carrying them everywhere. He didn't understand how to use them yet, obviously, but he loved pressing the buttons and hearing the static. "Mum, can we hold off on bath time for a bit?" Olivia asked. "Ethan wants to dance." I was tired but couldn't resist when I saw Ethan bouncing up and down to the music. So we moved to the living room, and I switched the music to something more upbeat. Olivia and I sat on the couch while Ethan twirled and stomped in that hilariously uncoordinated way toddlers do. He'd placed one walkie-talkie on the coffee table and was holding the other one. That's when I heard it. A faint bloop sound followed by a psh of static. At first I barely noticed it over the music, but then it happened again. Bloop. Psh. "Did you hear that?" Olivia asked, looking up from her phone. I nodded and turned down the music. We both listened. Bloop. Psh. It was coming from the walkie-talkie on the coffee table, the one Ethan wasn't touching. "That's weird," I said, picking it up. The red light on top was flashing on and off, as if someone was pressing and releasing the talk button, but no one was touching it. Bloop, psh, bloop, psh. "Maybe the button is stuck," Olivia suggested. I examined it carefully. The plastic button seemed fine, not jammed or anything. I pressed it a few times myself and it clicked normally. Then, as soon as I set it down, it started again. Bloop, psh, bloop, psh. By this point, my heart was beating a little faster. I'm not proud to admit it, but I get anxious easily. My therapist says it's partly from the stress of raising 2 kids on my own after their dad left 3 years ago. Whatever the reason, I was starting to feel that familiar tightness in my chest. "Where's the other one?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady for the kids' sake. Ethan had dropped his walkie-talkie and was now spinning in circles, completely oblivious to our concern. "I don't know," Olivia said, looking around. "He had it a minute ago." We both started searching the room. The walkie-talkie on the table kept making that noise, faster now. Bloop-psh, bloop-psh, bloop-psh. "Please stop," I said out loud, feeling silly even as I said it. But instead of stopping, the sound got faster, more urgent. Bloop-psh, bloop-psh, bloop-psh. And then, I swear on everything I love, a woman's voice came through the static. It was distant and distorted, but clear enough that both Olivia and I froze. "Help!" the voice screamed. Just that one word, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. Olivia's eyes went wide. "Mom," she whispered, her voice shaking. "It's okay," I said automatically, though I didn't believe it myself. "It's probably just picking up a signal from somewhere else, like a baby monitor or something." But even as I said it, I knew that didn't make sense. These were cheap toys, with a range of maybe 50 feet at most. We'd never picked up any other signals before. I grabbed the walkie-talkie and turned it off. My hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped it. For a few seconds, we sat in silence, the only sound being Ethan's giggles as he continued to dance, unaware of what had just happened. Then Olivia spotted the other walkie-talkie partially hidden under the couch. She reached down and pulled it out. It was turned on, the green power light glowing, but it wasn't making any noise. "Was something pressing the button?" I asked, taking it from her. She shook her head. "There was nothing near it. It was just sitting there." I examined both walkie-talkies carefully. They were identical cheap plastic toys, nothing special about them. I removed the batteries from both and set them on a high shelf in the kitchen. I told Olivia it was probably just interference from another device, but I could tell she didn't believe me any more than I believed myself. That night, after I'd put Ethan to bed and Olivia was in her room doing homework, I sat alone in the living room, unable to shake the feeling that something was very wrong in our house. The rain had stopped and the neighborhood was quiet, except for the occasional car passing by. I found myself straining to hear any unusual sounds, jumping at every creak of the house settling. I must have fallen asleep on the couch because the next thing I knew, it was just after midnight, and I was woken by Ethan's voice on the baby monitor. He wasn't crying, just babbling as he sometimes does when he wakes up at night. I was about to go check on him when I heard him say something that made me freeze. "Ghost. Room." My son barely speaks 10 words clearly, and ghost definitely wasn't one of them. I'd never even used that word around him. I grabbed the monitor and listened more carefully. "Ghost boo-boo," he said, his little voice clear as day through the static. "And Band-Aid." I ran to his room, flipping on lights as I went. Ethan was standing in his crib, looking perfectly calm. When he saw me, he smiled and reached out his arms. "What did you say, baby?" I asked, picking him up, my heart racing. "Ghost," he repeated, pointing over my shoulder toward the empty corner of his room. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance. There was nothing there, just his dresser and the nightlight casting a soft glow on the wall. But the air felt different, heavier somehow. like the atmosphere before a storm. I took Ethan to my room and put him in my bed. I was too scared to leave him alone, and honestly, I didn't want to be alone either. I texted my sister, even though it was the middle of the night, asking if she'd ever experienced anything weird in our childhood home. She replied almost immediately. She's always been a night owl, saying no but asking why I was asking at 1 in the morning. I couldn't bring myself to explain, so I just said I'd call her tomorrow. The next day, I tried to act normal for the kids' sake. I made pancakes for breakfast, helped Olivia with her science project and played with Ethan. But I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Every time I passed the kitchen shelf where I'd put the walkie-talkies, I felt a chill. Ethan kept saying ghost throughout the day, always with that same pointing gesture toward empty spaces. That evening, after the kids were in bed, I gathered my courage and took the walkie-talkies down. I put the batteries back in and turned them both on. For almost an hour, I sat at the kitchen table, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. They remained silent, just ordinary toys. I was almost relieved, thinking maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, when the lights in the kitchen flickered, once, twice, then off completely for about 3 seconds before coming back on. And in those 3 seconds of darkness, I heard the walkie-talkie make that sound again, bloop, psh. When the lights came back on, the red talk light was flashing. I dropped the walkie-talkie like it had burned me and ran to Olivia's room. I woke her up and asked if she could sleep in my room with Ethan and me. She didn't ask why. I think she knew. That was 5 days ago. Since then, the activity has gotten worse. The lights flicker constantly. The TV turns itself on in the middle of the night, always to static. Ethan's baby monitor picks up what sounds like whispers when he's napping. And twice more, I've heard that woman's voice through the walkie-talkies, which I've now hidden in the garage. Both times she just said, "Help." But the second time it sounded like she was crying. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move, and honestly, I'm not even sure if whatever this is would follow us. Olivia is putting on a brave face, but I can tell she's scared. She's been sleeping in my room every night, and I've noticed she doesn't like being alone in any part of the house anymore. Ethan is the most concerning part. He started drawing scribbles in crayon and saying ghost when I ask what they are. Yesterday, he pointed to a particularly dark scribble and said, "Ghost hurt." When I asked him what he meant, he just repeated, "Ghost boo-boo," and showed me his arm where he'd fallen and gotten a scrape last week. I'm exhausted from lack of sleep and constant anxiety. I jump at every noise and can't relax even for a moment. What scares me most is the thought that whatever is communicating through those walkie-talkies might want to hurt my children. Why else would it keep saying help in such a desperate voice? I'm writing this in the middle of the night because I can't sleep. Olivia and Ethan are both in my bed, finally asleep after hours of Ethan being fussy. The house is quiet right now, but I know it won't last. Something is here with us, something that can manipulate electronic devices and somehow communicate with my 2-year-old son. And I have no idea how to make it stop or what it wants from us. The walkie-talkies are still in the garage, batteries removed, wrapped in a towel and stuffed in a box. But sometimes I swear I can still hear that sound echoing through the house, bloop, psh, like someone is desperately trying to tell me something, and I'm terrified of what might happen if I ever decide to listen. Story 16. I still can't shake what happened that night in the Sierra Nevada back in August 2020. My buddy Sam thinks I'm crazy, or at least he did until recently. I've gone hunting and camping my whole life, so I'm not someone who gets spooked easily in the woods. But what happened up there? I've never been able to explain it. It was late August, right before hunting season was set to open. Sam and I decided to head up to scout for deer, something we'd done together for years. We picked a spot about 40 miles north of Yosemite, deep in the mountains where the hunting pressure isn't as bad and you can still find some decent bucks. The plan was simple: hike in, set up camp, scout the area for a day or two, then head back out. nothing we hadn't done 100 times before. We parked my truck at a pull-out off the highway at around 7,000 feet elevation according to my GPS. The air was crisp that morning, with that perfect late summer feel where it's cool enough to hike comfortably but still warm in the sun. We shouldered our packs, mine weighing about 50 pounds with all the gear, food and water, and started up the trail. The first couple miles weren't bad, just a steady climb through pine forest. We weren't talking much, just the occasional comment about a track we'd spot or some scat we'd come across. Both of us were keeping our eyes peeled for deer sign. After about 2 hours of hiking, we reached this perfect little flat meadow surrounded by trees with a small creek running along one edge. "This is it," Sam said, dropping his pack. I agreed. The spot was ideal, flat ground for the tent, water source, and enough tree cover to break any wind. We set up camp quickly, pitching our 2-person tent and organizing our gear. It was around 11 in the morning by then, which meant we had plenty of daylight left to scout higher up. We left most of our stuff at camp, just taking water, some snacks, binoculars, and my little camping chair that folds up into a bag not much bigger than a water bottle. Sam made fun of me for lugging that thing up the mountain, but I like having somewhere comfortable to sit when I'm glassing for game. The climb from our camp was steeper than the hike in. We were pushing above 8,000 feet, and I could feel the altitude in my lungs. Sam's always been in better shape than me, so he was a few yards ahead as we zigzagged up the mountainside. The trees started thinning out as we climbed, giving way to more rocky terrain with patches of brush. After about an hour and a half of climbing, we reached another meadow, this one larger and more open than where we'd camped. It was stunning, sitting at around 9,000 feet with views that stretched for miles. You could see several peaks in the distance, and the valley below was carpeted with dark green forest. The meadow itself was ringed with a few scattered pines, with this golden grass that caught the sunlight. It was the kind of view that makes all the sweat and effort worth it. "I'm going to check the tree line over there," Sam said, pointing to the far edge of the meadow where it met the forest. "Looks like a natural funnel where deer might come through." I nodded and set up my chair near the center of the meadow, where I had a good vantage point. I pulled out my binoculars and started glassing the distant slopes, looking for the telltale movement or shape of deer. The sun was warm on my face, but there was a cool breeze that kept it comfortable. Perfect conditions. I'd been sitting there maybe 15 minutes when this weird feeling crept over me. It's hard to describe exactly, but it was like suddenly being aware that someone was staring at you. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I got this cold sensation in my gut. I lowered my binoculars and looked around, half expecting to see another hiker, or maybe even a bear. Nothing. Just the empty meadow with Sam off at the far edge, maybe 200 yards away, crouched down examining something on the ground. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was nothing, but the feeling persisted, growing stronger until I couldn't focus on what I was doing anymore. I decided to go join Sam, thinking maybe the company would help clear my head. I folded up my chair, slung it over my shoulder, and started walking toward him. That's when things got weird. The meadow wasn't that big, like I said, maybe 200 yards across, but it seemed to take forever to reach Sam. I kept walking, and it felt like I wasn't getting any closer. I checked my watch when I started walking, and again when I reached him. 6 minutes. 6 minutes to walk 200 yards on flat ground. That's not right. "Find anything?" I asked, trying to sound normal. Sam shook his head. "Some old tracks, but nothing fresh." "You?" "Nothing," I said, not mentioning the strange feeling or how long it had taken me to cross the meadow. Even then, I thought I might just be tired or affected by the altitude. We spent another couple hours scouting before heading back down to camp as the sun was getting low. We cooked dinner on my little backpacking stove, just some freeze-dried meals that taste amazing when you're out in the wilderness, and talked about where we might hunt once the season opened. Normal stuff. The weird feeling from earlier had faded, and I was starting to think I'd imagined it. We turned in early, around 9, exhausted from the day's hiking. I fell, asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly, completely alert, the kind of awake where you go from dead asleep to wide awake in an instant. My watch said it was 12:32 in the morning. The tent was dark, but I could hear Sam breathing steadily in his sleeping bag next to me. He was still asleep. Then I heard it, the sound that had woken me. It was like branches hitting trees, but rhythmic, happening all around our campsite. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. It wasn't wind, there was no rustling of leaves, and the tapping was too deliberate, too even. I lay there frozen, listening, trying to figure out what could be making that sound. It continued for maybe 2 minutes, then stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was almost worse than the tapping. That's when I felt it, a vibration through the ground, subtle at first, then stronger. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps circling our camp. Whatever was making them was big, really big, and it was moving fast. The footsteps sounded bipedal, left, right, but the stride was too long, the impact too heavy to be human. It wasn't a bear either. I've encountered bears before, and they move differently. This was something else. The running circled our camp once, then stopped suddenly on the far side of our tent. I was barely breathing, straining to hear what would happen next. Sam was still asleep somehow, his breathing unchanged. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 30 seconds, the running started again. This time it went back and forth in front of our tent, like whatever it was pacing. The ground vibrated with each step, and I could hear the thing's weight pressing down on the pine needles and twigs. I should have woken Sam. I should have reached for the bear spray in my pack, or the hunting knife I kept by my sleeping bag. But I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed, trapped in my sleeping bag as this thing circled us. The running stopped again, this time, right outside the tent wall near my head. So close I could hear breathing, deep, heavy breathing that didn't sound like any animal I've ever encountered. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, not a person. Something else. I closed my eyes tight, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The breathing continued for maybe a minute. Then the running started again, this time moving away from our camp and up the slope toward the meadow we'd visited earlier. The sound gradually faded until I couldn't hear it anymore. I lay awake for the rest of the night, too terrified to move or make a sound. I kept expecting it to come back, but it didn't. Or if it did, it was silent. When the first light of dawn filtered through the tent fabric, I finally felt like I could breathe again. I unzipped my sleeping bag and carefully crawled out, not wanting to wake Sam yet. I needed to see if there was any evidence of what had happened. I stepped outside the tent and looked around. The forest looked completely normal, peaceful even, with early morning light filtering through the trees. Birds were singing. Nothing seemed disturbed or out of place. I walked in a circle around our campsite, looking for tracks or any sign of what had been there during the night. Nothing. The ground was covered with pine needles and fallen leaves, but there were no footprints, no broken branches, no sign that anything unusual had happened. When Sam woke up, I told him what I'd experienced. He looked at me like I was crazy. "Dude, I didn't hear anything," he said, pouring water into his coffee pouch. "You sure you weren't dreaming?" "I wasn't dreaming," I insisted. "Something was out there, something big." Sam shrugged. "Well, there's no sign of anything now. Maybe it was a bear and you were half asleep." I knew it wasn't a bear, but I dropped it. We packed up camp and hiked back to the truck without incident. The whole way down, I kept looking over my shoulder, that feeling of being watched, returning periodically. That was 3 years ago now. I haven't been back to that specific area since, though I've hunted other parts of the Sierra Nevada. I've told the story to a few close friends, always getting the same skeptical reactions. Even Sam dismissed it as a dream or my imagination playing tricks on me. But something changed last month. Sam called me out of the blue, his voice tight. "Remember that night in the Sierras?" he asked without preamble. "When you said something was circling our camp?" "Yeah," I said, surprised he was bringing it up after all this time. "I think I believe you now," he said quietly, then went on to tell me about something that had happened to him on a solo backpacking trip. He wouldn't give me all the details, just said that he'd experienced something similar. Footsteps, that feeling of being watched. I still don't know what was out there that night. I've researched local wildlife, read accounts of other strange encounters in the Sierra Nevada, even looked into legends and folklore from the area. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. All I know is that something found us that night, something that shouldn't exist. And the worst part is, I have this nagging feeling that if Sam hadn't been there, if I'd been alone in that tent, it wouldn't have just circled our camp. It would have come inside. Story 17. I never wanted to write this down, but I think I need to get it out of my head. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help make sense of what's happening to us. This all started about 4 months ago when I began my seasonal ranger position in Olympic National Park. I'd worked in other parks before, but nothing as remote as this outpost. We're stationed in one of the deepest sections of the temperate rainforest, completely off the grid. No cell service, spotty internet that barely works half the time, and the nearest town is almost an hour's drive away on winding forest roads. There are no established trails near our station, just dense primeval forest that swallows sound and light. It's the kind of isolation that usually feels peaceful, but not anymore. The first incident happened during my 3rd week here. I was doing paperwork in my cabin around 11 at night when I heard it. A human scream coming from somewhere in the woods. Not an animal sound. I know what cougars and elk sound like. This was unmistakably human, a terrified shriek that cut through the night and then stopped abruptly. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket and went outside, sweeping the tree line, but there was nothing, just darkness and the oppressive silence of the forest. I reported it the next morning, and 2 of us went out to search the area. We found nothing, no signs of disturbance, no lost hikers, nothing. I tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but deep down, I knew what I'd heard. A few nights later, I was walking back from the main office to my cabin. It was that weird twilight time where the forest gets really dark under the canopy, but there's still some light in the sky. I heard a voice say, "Thank you," clear as day, right behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly fell over, but there was no one there. Just empty pathway and shadows between the trees. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, and I practically ran back to my cabin. When I mentioned these incidents during our weekly staff meeting, I expected everyone to think I was crazy. Instead, Jamie, one of the maintenance workers, went pale. He said he'd heard something similar while checking the perimeter fence, a child's voice saying, "Again," repeatedly. We're miles from any place a child would be. That's when others started sharing. Turns out, nearly everyone had experienced something unsettling, but we'd all been keeping quiet about it. Most incidents happened around the dumpster area, which sits at the edge of the station where the forest gets really thick. Almost every staff member reported feeling watched while taking out trash or recycling, especially after dark. Megan, who works in visitor education, described feeling something brush against her back one evening while emptying the recycling. She said it felt like fingers lightly dragging across her jacket, but when she turned around, nothing was there. She refused to go to the dumpster alone after that. About 2 months in, we started seeing it, or at least I did. A tall shadow that would crouch down behind the storage shed or peek around the dumpster enclosure. It was always just at the edge of vision, disappearing the moment you tried to look directly at it. I first spotted it while walking back from a late shift. It was standing between 2 trees, impossibly tall and thin. When I pointed my flashlight at it, it ducked behind the dumpster with a movement that was just wrong, too fluid, too quick. The supervisor tried to rationalize everything. Maybe it was transients camping illegally in the park. Maybe it was the isolation getting to us. He even suggested it could be poachers trying to scare us off. But none of those explanations felt right. Poachers don't whisper "thank you" in the dark. Transients don't peek in windows 10 feet off the ground. That's what happened to Liz. She was working late in the admin building when she saw a face glide past her window. Her office is on the second floor. She said the face moved horizontally, like someone on a skateboard, but completely silent. It looked directly at her as it passed, just a pale oval with dark hollows where the eyes should be. She immediately called the supervisor on the radio, but by the time he arrived, there was nothing to see. After Liz's experience, we started implementing a buddy system for night shifts and trash runs. It helped a little with the fear, but the incidents didn't stop. If anything, they escalated. 3 weeks ago, I was doing a routine check of the equipment shed when I heard a rustling sound behind me. I turned around and saw nothing, but when I went back to my inventory, all the tools had been rearranged. Not dramatically, just enough that I noticed. Wrenches that had been hanging on the left were now on the right. Screwdrivers sorted by size rather than type. It was subtle but unmistakable. The next day, my boyfriend Tyler arrived to stay with me for a few weeks. He's used to my stories from various parks, but I'd been downplaying what was happening here in our phone calls. I didn't want him to worry, and honestly, I was afraid he wouldn't believe me. But on his second night, it became impossible to deny. We were both sound asleep in my cabin when we woke simultaneously to an intense bright light flooding the bedroom. It was around 3 in the morning. The light was so bright it illuminated every corner of the room, casting sharp shadows. It didn't come from outside the windows. It seemed to fill the entire space, like the air itself was glowing. There was no sound, no humming or buzzing you'd expect from electrical equipment. Just silent, overwhelming brightness. It lasted about 20 seconds before vanishing completely, plunging us back into darkness so profound it felt solid. We both sat there, gripping each other's hands, waiting for something to happen. Tyler asked me what the hell that was, and I had no answer. When we finally worked up the courage to look outside, there was nothing, just pitch blackness and the silhouettes of trees against the night sky. No movement, no strange lights, nothing. The next morning we told the others what had happened. Instead of disbelief, we got solemn nods. Dave, our senior ranger, had experienced something similar a week earlier, but hadn't reported it. He thought he was having some kind of episode. The light had appeared in his bathroom while he was brushing his teeth, lasting only a few seconds before disappearing. 2 nights after our experience, things got even stranger. Tyler and I were having dinner with Jamie and his partner in their cabin when Jamie's radio crackled to life. It was Connor, one of the seasonal staff who'd been in town for supplies. He was driving back and was about 10 minutes away when he spotted something unusual over the housing units. We all went outside to look, and sure enough, there was an orange ball of light hovering about 30 feet above my cabin. It wasn't flickering like fire. It was steady, a perfect sphere about the size of a beach ball, giving off a dull orange glow. We watched it for maybe a minute, none of us speaking or moving. Then Connor's truck came around the bend in the access road, and the light moved, not away but sideways, as if bumping along an invisible surface. Connor later told us that as he got closer to the housing area, he was overcome with a feeling of absolute dread. Not just fear, but a bone-deep certainty that something terrible was about to happen. He said it felt like walking into a room and knowing immediately that something was wrong, but magnified 100 times. The feeling peaked just as the orange light disappeared from our view. The next morning, the supervisor called an emergency meeting. He'd contacted park headquarters, and they were sending someone to investigate unusual occurrences at our station. They arrived 2 days later, a serious-looking woman from Park Services and a man who never clarified which agency he represented. They interviewed each of us separately, recording our statements and asking oddly specific questions. Had we noticed any patterns to when the phenomena occurred? Had we experienced lost time? Had any of us found unexplained marks on our bodies? Their presence should have been reassuring, but somehow it made everything worse. They clearly knew more than they were telling us. The woman kept referring to similar incidents at other remote stations, but wouldn't elaborate when pressed. They stayed for 3 days, set up some equipment in the forest that they wouldn't explain, then packed up and left with barely a word. The supervisor received a report a week later, which he wouldn't share with the rest of us. All he would say was that they found no immediate threat to personnel. No immediate threat. Those words have been echoing in my head ever since. Last night was the worst yet. I was alone in my cabin. Tyler had to go back to Seattle for work, and I almost went with him. I wish I had. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to whispering outside my bedroom window. Multiple voices, too quiet to make out words, but with a rhythm that suggested conversation. I lay frozen in bed, afraid to move or even breathe too loudly. Then something tapped on my window, 3 distinct taps, like someone using a fingernail on glass. I couldn't bring myself to look. The tapping moved to the next window, then the next, circling the entire cabin. When it reached the front door, it stopped. I heard the doorknob turn slowly, testing the lock. I've never been so grateful for a deadbolt in my life. This morning, I found small, bare footprints in the mud outside my door. They circled the cabin exactly where the tapping had been, but they didn't lead anywhere. They just appeared at one side of the cabin and disappeared at my front step, as if whatever made them had materialized and vanished on the spot. I'm writing this from the main office where I've been all day. I don't want to go back to my cabin tonight. 4 of us are planning to stay here together, taking shifts to keep watch. The supervisor has finally requested a full evacuation of non-essential personnel, but headquarters is dragging their feet. Something is out there in those woods. Something that knows our routines, that watches us, that's growing bolder. I don't know if it's one entity or many. I don't know what it wants. All I know is that the forest around us feels different now, less like wilderness, and more like something alive and aware, closing in around our little outpost. I keep thinking about what Connor said about the feeling of dread, because that's what I feel now, constantly, like something terrible is coming, and all we can do is wait for it to arrive. Story 18. I still can't sleep properly at night. It's been 3 months since that slumber party at school, but every time I close my eyes, I hear that scream. I need to write this down somewhere. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened that night. I'm a senior at Westlake Academy, a boarding school with a pretty big campus surrounded by woods. The main building is where most of us sleep and have classes, but there are a few older buildings scattered around that aren't really used anymore, except for storage or special events. One of them sits right next to the old cemetery that's been there since before the school was built. It was mid-July, during summer session. The school organized this stupid slumber party thing in the gym to build community or whatever. About 40 of us were there, all sprawled out in sleeping bags across the basketball court. My friends Priya, Aiden and I had put our sleeping bags in the far corner near the emergency exit. Everything was normal at first. We watched movies, ate junk food, played some games. By around 1 in the morning, most people were asleep, or at least pretending to be. Ms. Collins and Mr. Hernandez were the teachers supervising, but Ms. Collins had already gone to her office to sleep, and Mr. Hernandez was nodding off in a chair by the main doors. I needed to pee badly, so I whispered to Priya and Aiden to come with me to the bathroom across the hall. Priya groaned, but got up. She hates going to the bathroom alone at night. After we finished in the bathroom, Aiden got this stupid look on his face, the one he always gets before suggesting something dumb. Guys, we should explore a bit. When are we ever going to have this kind of freedom on campus? I checked my phone. It was 1:32 a.m. "Are you serious?" Priya whispered. "We'll get in trouble. Mr. Hernandez is practically in a coma, and everyone else is asleep," Aiden said. "Come on, we'll just walk around for a bit and come back. No one will even notice." I should have said no. I really should have. But I was wide awake, and the idea of wandering around the empty school at night sounded kind of exciting. "Fine," I said, "but just for a little while." We snuck out through a side door and stepped into the warm summer night. The campus looked different in the dark, familiar buildings transformed into looming shadows. The moon was almost full, casting enough light to see without using our phone flashlights. "Let's check out the old admin building," Aiden suggested, pointing to the small stone building near the cemetery. As soon as he said it, I felt a weird twist in my stomach. That building had always given me the creeps, even during the day. It was the oldest structure on campus, dating back to the 1800s when the school was first founded. Most students avoided it. "I don't know," I said. "That place is really old. The floor might not be safe." "Don't be such a baby, Maya," Aiden teased. "It's just an old building." Priya looked uncertain but shrugged. "I guess we can take a quick look." We walked across the empty quad, our footsteps sounding too loud in the quiet night. As we got closer to the old admin building, that feeling in my stomach got worse. It was like every cell in my body was screaming at me to turn around. "Guys, I really don't think this is a good idea," I said, stopping a few feet from the entrance. Aiden was already at the door. "It's unlocked," he whispered excitedly, pushing it open. The hinges creaked and cool air rushed out. Despite it being July, the air coming from inside felt like October. I shivered. "Come on," Aiden waved us forward, disappearing into the darkness. Priya looked at me, her face pale in the moonlight. "Just for a minute, okay?" I nodded, swallowing hard, and followed them inside. The interior was dark and smelled like dust and something else I couldn't place, something older and mustier. We used our phone flashlights now, the beams cutting through the darkness to reveal peeling wallpaper and old wooden furniture covered in white sheets. "This place is a time capsule," Priya whispered, running her finger along a dusty bookshelf. Aiden was already heading toward a staircase at the far end of the room. "Let's check upstairs." That's when I first heard it. A faint sound like someone talking, but too quiet to make out the words. I grabbed Priya's arm. "Did you hear that?" She froze, listening. "Hear what?" "Someone talking. It sounded like it came from upstairs." Aiden paused on the first step. I didn't hear anything. Probably just the building settling. "No, it was definitely a voice," I insisted, my heart starting to pound. "We should go back." "We just got here," Aiden said. "Don't freak out over nothing." He continued up the stairs, the wood creaking under his weight. Priya hesitated, then followed him. I stood alone in the entrance hall, every instinct telling me to run. But I couldn't leave my friends, so I forced myself to climb the stairs after them. The second floor was even colder than the first. It was like walking into a refrigerator. My breath came out in visible puffs, which made no sense in the middle of summer. The hallway stretched out before us, with doors on either side. "Why is it so cold up here?" Priya asked, rubbing her arms. Aiden shrugged, but I could tell he was unsettled too. "Old buildings have weird ventilation." We moved down the hallway, peeking into rooms. Most were empty or filled with stacked chairs and desks. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust except... "Look at this," I said, pointing my light at the floor. In the dust there were footprints, fresh ones, too small to be from a maintenance worker. "Someone else has been up here," Priya whispered. "Recently," I added. Aiden tried to act brave, but his voice shook slightly. "Probably just some other students messing around like us." We continued down the hall, the temperature dropping with each step. By the time we reached the last door, I could see my breath clearly in front of me. It had to be at least 40 degrees colder than outside. The last door was different from the others, darker wood with a strange symbol carved into it. It looked like a tree, but with the branches reaching down instead of up. "What's that symbol?" Priya asked, her voice barely audible. Before anyone could answer, we heard it, the talking sound again, but louder now. It was coming from behind that door. It sounded like a woman, but the words were in a language I didn't recognize. "Holy shit," Aiden whispered. "You guys hear that, right?" We both nodded, too scared to speak. The voice suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was worse somehow, heavy and expectant. Then the temperature plummeted even further. It felt like being locked in a freezer. My teeth started chattering. "We need to go," I said, grabbing both their arms. "Now." That's when it happened. A scream tore through the silence, a woman's scream so loud and full of pain and rage that it felt like my eardrums would burst. It wasn't just loud, it was wrong somehow, like it contained frequencies human voices shouldn't be able to make. The sound pierced straight through me, making my whole body vibrate. Priya started crying instantly. Aiden looked like he was going to throw up. The scream went on, impossibly long, and then suddenly cut off. For a second, we stood frozen in horror. Then we heard something moving fast behind that door, something coming toward us. We ran, no discussion, no hesitation. We just turned and sprinted down that hallway like our lives depended on it. I don't think my feet even touched all the steps as we flew down the staircase. Aiden tripped at the bottom and fell hard, but Priya and I yanked him up and kept running. We burst out of the building into the warm night air, gasping and sobbing. But we didn't stop. We ran all the way back to the main building, terrified that whatever made that scream was right behind us. We crashed through the side door and nearly collided with Mr. Hernandez, who was now wide awake and looking alarmed. "What's going on? Where have you three been?" he demanded. We were all talking at once, breathless and hysterical. Finally, I managed to get the story out. How we'd gone to the old admin building and heard the voice, and then the terrible scream. Mr. Hernandez looked confused. "What scream? I didn't hear any scream." "What do you mean?" Priya said, her voice shaking. "It was so loud. Everyone must have heard it." Mr. Hernandez shook his head. "There was no scream. I was sitting right here the whole time." "But it was so loud," I insisted. It was right next to us." He looked at us sternly. "You three shouldn't have left the building. You'll have detention for this. Now go back to your sleeping bags before I call your parents." We went back to our corner, huddled together in our sleeping bags, whispering about what had happened. None of us could understand how Mr. Hernandez hadn't heard the scream. It had been so impossibly loud. "Maybe we just freaked ourselves out," Aiden suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. "Old buildings make weird noises." "That wasn't a weird noise," Priya hissed. "That was a woman screaming in agony. And what about the cold?" "It's July, Aiden." "And the footprints," I added. Someone had been up there recently. We eventually fell into an uneasy sleep, telling ourselves it was just our imaginations, that we'd worked ourselves up exploring a creepy old building at night. But the next morning, Aiden didn't show up for breakfast. When Priya and I went to check on him, we found him still in his sleeping bag, pale and sweating. He said he felt sick and his stomach hurt. When he lifted his shirt to show us, we both gasped. There were 3 long scratches across his abdomen, red and inflamed, like someone had dragged their nails across his skin with force. But these weren't normal scratches. They were raised and blistered, almost like burns. "What the hell, Aiden?" I whispered, staring at the marks. "Did you do that to yourself?" He shook his head, looking terrified. "I woke up like this. It burns, guys. It really hurts." We took him to the nurse, who looked concerned and called his parents. By lunchtime, he had a fever of 103, and the scratches had turned into what looked like deep, infected wounds. His parents took him to the hospital. I didn't see Aiden for 2 weeks after that. The doctors couldn't explain the wounds. They tried antibiotics, but nothing helped. The marks just gradually faded on their own, leaving 3 faint scars that he still has today. When he finally came back to school, he wasn't the same. He'd always been the joker, the one pushing us to do stupid things. Now he was quiet and jumpy. He refused to talk about what happened that night. Priya and I went back to the old admin building once during daylight with a group of other students for a history project. Everything looked normal. No strange cold spots, no mysterious footprints. But when we got to the second floor, the door at the end of the hall, the one with the strange tree symbol, was gone. In its place was just a blank wall, like the door had never existed at all. I've done research since then on the school's history. Turns out the old admin building used to be a residence for the headmaster's family in the late 1800s. The headmaster had a daughter who died in mysterious circumstances on the second floor. Some accounts say she killed herself. Others suggest something more sinister happened. I don't know what we encountered that night. I don't know why it affected Aidan and not us. All I know is that something was in that building, something angry and in pain. And sometimes when it's quiet at night, I can still hear that scream echoing in my mind. I'm writing this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar, especially at old schools near cemeteries. Has anyone else heard a scream that somehow only certain people can hear? Or seen a door with a downward branching tree carved into it? Please, if you know anything, tell me. I haven't slept properly in months, and Aidan still won't talk about what happened to him. Story 19. I've been debating whether to post this for months. I'm not looking for attention or trying to convince anyone of anything. I just need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me since the memories came flooding back. This happened about 15 years ago when I was 17, living in Angelica, New York. It's a tiny place, the kind of rural town where everyone knows everyone and nothing interesting ever happens. At least that's what I thought until that day in October. I remember it was a Tuesday. The leaves had started turning, and there was this crisp autumn chill in the air that made everything feel kind of brittle. I'd been staying at my grandmother's house for a few weeks. My parents and I were going through a rough patch. Typical teenage stuff, I guess. I thought I knew everything, and they thought I needed more discipline. That particular evening, Grandma and I had gotten into an argument. I can't even remember what it was about now. Probably something stupid like chores or my grades. What I do remember is stomping out onto her front porch steps to cool off. It was that time of day when the sun is getting low, but it's not quite dark yet. Somewhere between 4 and 5 in the afternoon. I was sitting there on the cold concrete steps, wearing my old navy hoodie and those jeans with the rip in the knee that my mum always hated. I remember pulling my sleeves over my hands because the stone steps were freezing through my jeans. I was just stewing in my anger, picking at the frayed edge of my sleeve, trying to calm down. That's when I felt it. It wasn't a sound, it was more like a pressure. Like when you're underwater and you feel the weight pressing in on your ears. I looked up just reflexively toward the houses across the street, and there it was. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. Hovering maybe 100 feet up in the air was this craft. That's the only word I can use, though it doesn't feel adequate. It was massive, bigger than a house, with this geometric angular shape that reminded me of those stealth bombers, but way more complex. The whole thing was matte black, so black it almost looked like a hole in the sky. The edges were sharp and defined, with these odd angles that didn't quite make sense to my brain. The front had what looked like windows, or at least darker panels that I assumed were windows. They were tinted so dark I couldn't see inside, but I got this overwhelming feeling that something was looking back at me. Not just looking, studying. Like whatever was behind that glass was as fascinated by me as I was by it. The weirdest part? The complete silence. You'd expect something that big in the sky to make some kind of noise. Engines, wind, anything. But there was nothing. just this impossible object hanging there like a glitch in reality. I couldn't move. I wasn't scared, which is the strangest thing about all of this. I should have been terrified, right? But instead, I felt curious, amazed, like I was witnessing something important, something I wasn't supposed to see, but somehow had been allowed to. I remember noticing that the street was completely empty. No cars driving by, no neighbors walking there, dogs, no kids playing. It was like the whole world had paused except for me and this thing in the sky. I don't know how long I sat there staring at it. Time felt wrong. It could have been seconds or an hour. I genuinely don't know. And this is where things get fuzzy and frustrating. I don't remember it leaving. I don't remember looking away. I don't remember going back inside. The next clear memory I have is sitting at Grandma's kitchen table eating dinner, feeling weirdly calm but disconnected, like I was jet-lagged or something. I didn't mention what I'd seen to her. I think on some level I wasn't even sure if it had happened. Then, and this is the really messed up part, I forgot about it. Completely. For years. It's like my brain just filed it away in some locked drawer. I went on with my life. Finished high school, went to college, got a job, started dating Melissa. Normal stuff. Until 3 months ago. Melissa and I were watching some documentary about unexplained phenomena, and they showed this reenactment of someone seeing a strange craft. I remember feeling this weird jolt, like déjà vu but stronger. Melissa noticed and asked if I was okay, and I told her I'd seen something like that once. The words just came out of my mouth before I even realized what I was saying. And then it all came flooding back. Every detail, every sensation. The cold step under me, the weight of the air, the absolute silence, the way my skin prickled when I felt it watching me. I ended up telling Melissa everything that night. She was freaked out but supportive. She suggested I try to research similar experiences, so I did. I spent weeks reading accounts online, and I found something disturbing, a pattern. These experiences seem to happen more frequently to younger people or people going through emotional stress. I was both when it happened to me. Some people who've had similar encounters report missing time, just like I experienced. Others talk about that same strange calm I felt instead of fear. A few even described the exact same pressure sensation that made them look up in the first place. I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. Was it military technology being tested? That doesn't explain the missing time or why I forgot about it for so long. Was it some kind of hallucination? Maybe, but the memory is too vivid, too detailed. I can still feel the rough texture of my jeans against my palms as I leaned forward on those steps. I can still see the way the craft's surface seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Those aren't the kind of details you'd hallucinate. What bothers me most is the gap. What happened during the time I can't remember? Did I just go back inside and somehow compartmentalize the whole experience? Or did something else happen? Did they take me? I don't have any of the typical abduction memories you hear about. No examinations, no bright lights, no little grey men. But that block of missing time haunts me. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but I can tell she thinks I'm either making it up or misremembering. I've thought about hypnosis to recover any missing memories, but I'm scared of what I might find. Or worse, what if there's nothing to find? What if my brain just shut down because it couldn't process what I was seeing? I went back to Angelica last month. Grandma passed away a few years ago, but her house is still there, now owned by some couple from Buffalo. I stood across the street and stared at those same concrete steps where I was sitting that day. Everything looked so normal, so ordinary. Kids were playing in yards nearby, cars drove past. The world just kept turning like nothing happened. I asked a few of the neighbors who still lived there if they remembered anything strange from that time period. No one did, or at least no one admitted to it. One older man gave me a weird look when I described the date, but then he just shook his head and said he didn't recall anything unusual. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember those sensory details, the cold seeping through my jeans, the smell of fallen leaves, the particular shade of the sky that evening, and that feeling of being watched, studied. You don't imagine feelings that specific. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I'm hoping someone else out there has seen the same thing. Maybe I just need to put it into words to convince myself I'm not crazy. All I know for certain is that 15 years ago, I saw something hovering in the sky that shouldn't exist. Something that watched me as intently as I watched it. And in that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that we are not alone. The strangest part? I still don't feel afraid when I think about it. Just a deep, gnawing curiosity about what it was and why it was there. And sometimes on quiet nights, I find myself looking up at the sky, half hoping, half dreading that I'll feel that pressure again and look up to see that impossible craft hanging silently above me. But it hasn't come back. At least, not that I remember. Story 20. I've been a pediatric hospice RN for 17 years now, but what I experienced during my 5 years at Phoenix Children's Comfort Care still haunts me. I'm writing this partly to process what happened there, and partly because I need to know if anyone else has seen anything similar. First, let me be clear. I'm a medical professional. I deal with facts, symptoms, and treatments. I've worked in adult hospice before transitioning to pediatrics, and I've witnessed my fair share of death. When patients approach the end, some experience hallucinations or confusion. That's normal and expected. What happened at PCCC wasn't normal. Our facility was small, just 10 beds, caring for terminally ill children from newborns to teenagers. We had a mix of private rooms and one specialized monitoring room that held 3 beds, separated by partial walls, where we placed our most critical cases needing constant observation. I've seen plenty of end-of-life phenomena over the years. Adult patients often report seeing deceased relatives or feeling a comforting presence. Sometimes they'll have conversations with people who aren't there. As healthcare providers, we're trained not to dismiss these experiences. They bring comfort in difficult moments. But what the children at PCCC described was completely different. It started about 2 months after I began working there. A 7-year-old girl with an inoperable brain tumor woke up at 3 in the morning, completely alert despite her heavy medication schedule. She wasn't distressed, just wide awake and staring at the corner of her room. When I asked what she was looking at, she matter-of-factly told me, "The little men with pinheads." I figured it was the medication talking and documented it as a possible side effect. But 2 days later, a 12-year-old boy in a completely different wing described the same visitors. Not just similar, identical. He even drew them for me during art therapy. The sketch showed thin, grey humanoid figures with impossibly small heads perched on elongated necks. Their limbs were disproportionately long, with too many joints. He drew their eyes as black dots, barely visible on their tiny heads. Over the next few weeks, more children began reporting these visitors, always with the same description: grey skin, extremely thin bodies, and those distinctive pinheads. Nothing like the classic alien greys with their oversized craniums. These were something else entirely. What really got to me was when multiple children would report seeing them simultaneously. I remember one night clearly. I was monitoring the 3-bedroom when all 3 children, ages 4, 6, and 9, suddenly turned their heads toward the same empty space between their beds. They weren't communicating with each other. The 6-year-old was partially deaf, and the 9-year-old was severely affected by medication. Yet all 3 tracked something invisible moving across the room in perfect unison. Then they started making sounds, single-syllable noises like K and ta, all 3 children at exactly the same time with the same intonation. When I asked what they were doing, the 4-year-old said, "We're just saying what they're saying." The other 2 nodded in agreement. My colleague Sarah suggested they might be picking up on each other's behaviors, but that doesn't explain. how children in completely separate rooms would report the same visitors at the same times, or how a 5-year-old who'd never met the others could draw the exact same figures right down to the number of joints in their fingers. Some kids were terrified of these entities. I'd find them hiding under blankets or pressing themselves against the wall furthest from where they claimed the pinheads were standing. Others seemed to enjoy their company. One 13-year-old girl with terminal leukemia told me they were helpers who explained what was going to happen when she died. She said they didn't speak normally, but communicated through sounds and images directly into her mind. The most disturbing incident happened about 3 years into my time at PCCC. A 16-year-old boy with cystic fibrosis was nearing the end. He'd never mentioned seeing anything unusual until one night when I found him sitting upright in bed, tears streaming down his face. He grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises and whispered, "They're not supposed to be here. They're breaking rules by showing themselves. They know I can see what they really look like." When I asked what he meant, he just kept repeating, "They wear the wrong shapes. They wear the wrong shapes." He died the next morning. I've tried rationalizing these experiences. Maybe it was medication side effects or oxygen deprivation affecting developing brains. But that doesn't explain the consistency across different patients with different conditions and treatment protocols, or how children who couldn't possibly have communicated with each other described identical beings. What makes this even stranger is that I've personally witnessed other phenomena in hospice settings. I've seen misty forms at the foot of beds and felt presences in rooms moments before a patient passed. But I never once saw these pinhead entities the children described, despite spending thousands of hours in that facility. The drawings trouble me the most. We kept a file of them in the staff office, dozens of nearly identical sketches made by different children. Some showed the entities standing beside beds. Others depicted them clustered in corners or floating near the ceiling. A few of the older children drew them in more detail, adding strange symbols on their bodies or elongated, multi-jointed hands reaching toward the bed. When I asked the children what these beings wanted, their answers varied. Some said they were just watching. Others claimed they were waiting to take them somewhere. A few insisted they were measuring something invisible around their bodies or collecting feelings. The phenomenon intensified whenever multiple children were near death simultaneously. During one particularly difficult week, when we lost 3 patients within 48 hours, every single child in the facility reported increased visitations, even those who hadn't mentioned seeing anything before. The monitoring room became a hotspot for activity. Children placed there would often synchronize their behaviors without visual cues. They'd turn their heads in unison, point to empty spaces, or repeat those strange syllables together. Once, all 3 children in that room stopped speaking entirely for 6 hours, communicating only through hand gestures they'd never used before. When they finally started talking again, they claimed the pinheads had been teaching them their language. I brought these occurrences up during staff meetings, but reactions were mixed. Some nurses avoided certain rooms after dark. Others dismissed the reports as hallucinations or children influencing each other. Our medical director suggested documenting everything, but advised against discussing it with parents to avoid adding stress during an already difficult time. The facility closed 5 years after I started there. Funding issues, unfortunately common in pediatric hospice care. When we transferred our remaining patients to other facilities, I called their new care providers weeks later to ask if the children continued reporting unusual visitors. None did. Whatever these entities were, they seemed connected to the PCCC building itself. I've spent years researching similar phenomena. I've found accounts of hospice patients seeing strange figures, but nothing matching these specific descriptions. The closest parallel I've found comes from ancient Egyptian texts describing shepherds of souls with diminutive heads who guided the recently deceased. Last year, I was interviewed for a podcast about paranormal experiences in healthcare settings. When I reproduced the sounds the children had made, those sharp, single-syllable utterances, the recording equipment malfunctioned. 3 separate devices stopped working simultaneously. The host tried again with new equipment a week later, and the same thing happened at exactly the moment I made those sounds. I still work in pediatric hospice at a different facility now. I've never seen anything like what happened at PCCC since then. But sometimes, when I'm with a child in their final hours, I notice them tracking something with their eyes that I can't see. And occasionally, I hear them whisper those same syllables under their breath. I don't know what those entities were. Were they some kind of psychopomps, beings that guide souls after death? Were they something our brains aren't equipped to properly perceive? Or something else entirely? All I know is that dozens of dying children, with no way to coordinate their stories, described and drew the exact same beings over a 5-year period. Whatever they were, they seemed especially interested in children approaching death. And sometimes, late at night during my shifts, I still catch myself glancing at the corners of patients' rooms, wondering if they're there, watching us both.